The second is, if you want to have a conversation anywhere other than at this table, could it happen out in the hall, just so that our little machine down there can pick up what's being said at the table? Thank you. And are there any modifications, Kadeem, before we get underway here?
So we know we're going to hold numbers 18 and 19 on old business. That's Atlantic Landscaping. Lindsay requested we hold those.
All right.
Repeat that, please. 18 and 19.
We're holding 18 and 19 on old business. Holding. Yep.
18 and 19 on old business held.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
Gray and
yes.
Diane mentioned something about Botticelli Pole. You guys gonna have representatives tonight for your applications, number 5 and 6 on old business. Diane said perhaps.
Oh yes, we do have a representative.
Fantastic.
She's flown in from the West Coast.
Oh wow.
Just to represent.
Okay,
wow.
Special
Oh,
stuff.
girl.
But thank you for asking.
Well, we are all. Oh, and yes, number 7 on old business is requesting to be last tonight. Number 7, that's 450 Green Park LLC, John, requesting to go last.
Okay, I want to address something.
Please do, right?
All right, so this will come as no surprise to anyone who's been involved with this project. This is, wait a second.
Stone Alley.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at 7 on consent. All right, okay. I'm almost awake. Okay, so this is Stone Alley. I know, I'm not sure I see any in the room at the moment, but there are people here that want to speak in opposition to this project, so I want to make sure that those people get a fair shot at this. So, number 7. Number 7 is being requested to move to the end of the agenda.
No, 2 Stone Alley. 2 Stone Alley.
John, I made the same mistake. 7 under old business, not under consent. Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
It's odd because I looked at the agenda this morning and then it changed, and that was number like 19, and now it's number.
It was
7.
actually 22.
22. So it was up.
It got moved up because 2 people had dropped out. So, the good Lord willing, hopefully with this old business agenda, we're not going to be meeting until 9 o'clock. That would be just terrific. I think everybody would love that. So I don't want, I would like the people that are here, first of all, I'll just ask the question. Is anybody sitting in the audience right now here in opposition to voice concerns or opposition to item number 7 at the moment? No. All right, so they're going to show up. Tori, that's no surprise, right? So, listen, let's put that to a vote. Are we all in favor of moving 7 to the end of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Not the consent agenda.
I'm so sorry.
Coffee, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. To the end of old business.
Were you saying the sun again?
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Yes, sir.
The only thing we're working on is no consent. Consents are fine.
Consents are just what they are.
Number 7
Yes.
and 18 and 19.
Well, 18 and 19 have been stricken. They're gone.
Oh, they're scratched.
Scratched for now.
Good.
And then we're going to take item number 7 and move it to the end.
I do have a question about that. It's just
Okay, there's a motion, but so you can
okay.
speak on the motion.
Is that fair to the people who are planning to be here for it being?
If they're not here, I'm going to
Okay.
ask that it be held.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
All right, that's my motion.
Okay, all those in favor? I think we already did.
Aye.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Aye.
aye.
All right, so now moving right along. Is there any public comment at this time? Wait, hold on, sorry.
We approve the agenda.
Procedural, yeah. Diane?
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve tonight's modified agenda? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now public comment, anyone?
Public comment on anything? That
Yeah,
it's not
so,
on the
so
agenda.
let me just tell you how this works.
No, we have an application. Oh, yeah.
You're here for a particular
Yeah.
application, so that's when you're gonna, yeah, that's when it will come up. Public comment is if you have something general that you wanna say, okay? Okay, so hearing none, we will move now along to the consent agenda. Let's see, who needs to recuse? Anybody?
Motion
No.
to approve consent
All right,
agenda.
and just for the record, this is the regular board. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve the consent agenda?
All right,
Signs, anything on that?
We do have we have someone here.
Oh, we do have somebody for a sign?
Yep.
Oh, come on up.
So here's the
Oh,
application.
wait, I gotta switch, oh, we're moving along.
I'll pass these to Ray. So there was no quorum at today's sign meeting, but
Okay.
these guys wanted to go ahead anyways. It was recommended that they did, so here they are.
Wait, say that again?
It was recommended by Ben Norman that they do go ahead and just come today and, talk to you guys about it. There was no quorum at today's meeting this morning.
Okay,
Because there's no quorum, there's no comments from them, but they did say you guys should go ahead if you'd like to.
all right. Hopefully somebody at this table is more well-versed in the sign guidelines than I am. So, folks, a few things. Your board is gonna be, we have a full board tonight, so, John, Diane, Val, Abby, and myself, we're the regular members.
Okay.
So we'll be voting on your project, okay? So now just give your names for the record.
Bethany Oliver.
Thank you.
And I'm John Shea.
The junction.
the only.
John Shea.
Well, I'm not the John McLaughlin.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, you're requesting a
So
standing sign.
yes, shall I just?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we're requesting a sandwich board to go on the sidewalk during particular hours outside of the First Congregational Church. So we had a sandwich board there for many, many years.
Right.
30.
Yeah,
About 30-ish, and we the church received a letter that it was not in compliance. So Brooke Moore, who works for the church, had tried to get some advice about how we should proceed. And so the application that we put together was based on that advice, I think, from the sign committee. And so what we're suggesting is this sketch, which is designed to mirror the existing sign that the church has on their fence. So one of the photographs that you have there shows the existing church's sign, and this is meant to sort of mimic it and give a cohesive look to the front of the church.
Mirror the
And
existing sign.
so this sign will say Bennett Hall, which is the name of the. I assume everybody. No, yeah. Okay. Well, not everybody does, which is why we're here. That's part of the problem. So the sign will say Bennett Hall, and then it will say Theater Workshop, and then the space in the center is sort of the revolving show that we're running at the moment. So I'm sure everybody knows that Bennett Hall is not visible from the sidewalk.
exactly.
People have a hard time finding it. And so this is our only visibility.
People get off the boat even and having bought tickets online, and they're very angry that they can't find our theater, and
Yeah.
so
There's literally no way to.
it would
There's no
really
way.
it would really help because it's hidden up there and tucked behind the trees.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And just for the record, folks, the lettering will be black.
Yeah.
And everything else is gonna be white, the ground, the edge banding, and molding.
Right, and then
Um,
the poster in the center would be colored.
But that's paper and temporary.
Right, exactly.
Okay, yeah. Okay, comments from the board. Yes, Diane?
I think that it has been there historically. It is a commercial sign for a commercial business, but it is not outselling clothes and stuff. It's selling a project town for John, and I think under those
It's
circumstances,
a cultural thing.
yeah, saying that, I would be for it. I hate signs like that, but I think under these circumstances, as John said, people come down and the church is there and that's it. And I think it would fit in with what they've done on the side.
Thank you.
I did all that.
Okay, good. Val.
I Twitter that.
John.
One comment,
Sure.
the front of the sign,
Yes.
where you can slide them in or whatever. Is
The
it
paper
open?
piece?
Is it open?
Oh, is it a door
Oh,
or is
no,
it just
it's
attached?
it's just a board with staple to.
Okay, now, on the outside, does it have glass?
No, no glass.
No glass.
So the middle
No,
piece,
but-
John, where they put the poster for the play, would just be tacked in there. No glass in front of it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good to go?
Motion.
Motion, oh, John's
There it
made a
is.
motion, there you are. All
Beat
those in
me.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Nice job.
Really appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thanks for entertaining us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we have a good show on now if you're looking for something
Good.
called Terms of
Yes.
Endearment.
They moved it to the end.
Start,
Oh,
start
Lord, please.
featuring
This is
John
just a
Shay.
drawing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Okay, now we have the Val Oliver hour.
She's gonna be way quicker.
Oh,
Diane? There's two there.
To here,
Yep.
here you go.
Thank you.
What did you say? Just a minute ago, you said, when I was forgetting everything.
oh, did
You've been out in the sun?
Have you been out in the sun again? Remember you said you were out the other day and you enjoyed it so much. I thought, uh-oh.
I'm dehydrated. Okay, let's
Alright,
see.
so we have no board on this, is it just, no?
Oh, right, yes, yes.
We ran out of
So the
time.
first few,
Welcome to the
Val
HBC.
stuff and my stuff have all actually never heard. Okay. So if either one of you are gonna speak, could you just give your name for the record?
They might not speak that.
Yeah, my name's Pauline Bogan.
Bogan, the
Thank-
homeowner,
Thank you. Okay.
with her husband.
I don't, yeah.
So, this house is a house that Pauline grew up in. And what you don't know about it is, it's kind of historical. It's from the 1850s.
I think we have the wrong
No,
plans
there's
here.
gotta be, okay.
Okay.
This is a
Way.
commercial building.
Oh,
6 Daisy Way?
oh, sorry, that was first, just
Oh,
sit
yeah,
there.
sorry,
Oh,
Paul.
sorry,
Okay,
sorry,
so you
sorry.
guys sit tight for a
Okay.
second. I mean,
I didn't think it was a historical.
everybody just, everyone just lay these drawings aside, okay?
Yeah.
That's the next up.
Sorry,
You wanna
Terry.
start with that?
Number 2.
You wanna
That
go?
was
Oh,
gonna
no,
be
no,
a-
This is
no,
6
no,
Daisy Way,
no,
number
no,
one, so let's
no.
start with
Okay,
number
yeah,
one.
sorry. You're gonna tell us about this other one.
Okay,
This is number 1.
this
Six
is a
Daisy Way.
commercial building
Sorry.
for 6 Daisy Way. Presently, the owner, Charlie Mayhew, has a building on this site. I'm gonna pass these around. It's behind the airport.
There's the park.
This is the same idea. This building that's already there is built out of metal, but they shingled it. This is the lot. This is the building. You should have a picture of it as well.
Right, this building is this building, right?
The building right beside it, see where it sits?
Well, like that.
Yeah,
It used to
yes.
be where his rental.
Well, that building is still there.
Yeah, and this is behind it, sort of.
Right.
beyond it.
How interesting, it's a game boy.
So it is what it is. It's a metal building that he's going to shingle, but he'd like to leave the roof black metal like the building existing.
Sorry.
And it's
First time I've seen a gambrel one of these.
70 by 30.
Extra hideous.
Storage warehouse.
Where's,
I would say look at the locust map so you can get an idea of where it's going.
It's like behind the laundry, right?
Yeah, next to a hangar.
And next to UPS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go if anybody's.
Okay, Diane, go ahead.
I don't have any problem. I think it's going to be hard to see it's a funny little street there on Daisy Way. The only thing I might possibly ask her whether the little roofs over the doors could be a little slimmer.
It's the what?
On the,
The service doors?
Yeah.
The man doors.
no, man doors,
If they could be what?
a little smaller.
The
They're
doors
3
or,
feet.
wait, the doors or the,
No.
you said a roof, right?
The little,
I'd say Steve. Steve, you want this one?
you know, the little roof that's protecting the doors.
The pent roof?
Yeah. the
But
pet
I
roof.
don't have
There aren't
one.
any.
Oh, they are pictures.
No, okay, Diane, so that's the building next door.
Right, but I just, otherwise, I think it
Yeah.
would fit in and be hard to see. I don't mind the metal roof because all the other roofs around the airport are that, so I have no problem with it.
Okay, thank you.
Me too, I did all
Okay,
that.
Abby? Oh, gosh, I forgot the
I think
rotation.
we've got Steven on.
Steven's on? Okay, Steven?
I agree with Diane. I think the doors on the other building are appropriate, but this one's fine.
John?
Thank you.
The scale of the drawing?
I think she's trying to
Quarter
trick
inch.
us.
70 by 30.
Okay, I think we can have a motion.
Oh, motion to approve.
Thank you. All those in favor?
All right.
Great. There you go. Just the two, there you go. Any more? Anyone else want to vote in favor of?
Diane, are you in favor?
Yes.
Aye. All right.
Okay, now we're.
Okay, now we're at Warren Street.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's in Florida, taking care of his wife.
So Jesse, this is you?
Yes.
Here is a,
Oh, I see.
for this side of the table,
Mhm.
the two colored in areas are the accesses to this lot. One is in a butter's way and the other is just a walking path, even though it has a Warren Street address.
This is that intersection that's very close to Five Corners, right? Right near
Yeah.
is Five Corners.
Yeah, but this is down all the way.
No, I
yeah.
know, but like to place it, this is Five Corners. Oh,
Wow, I didn't know it went back that far.
Yeah,
there's
here's
Five
some
Corners.
pictures,
Yes, this little thing, right.
that were
Hmm.
taken for the property next door when it was for sale, but I think what it does is it shows you how landlocked this house is.
Yeah.
You can pass these around. So we did provide a history that we had done some time ago, right? 2007. And in Sanborn, Mass. etc.
And while you guys are looking, I'm also gonna read, if you don't mind, the historic structure had some comments on this.
Okay.
Okay, so under, it says the building is contributing, which I think you all are aware of. Other, existing Greek revival is obliterated by additions, more photos of house, chimney ages, window schedule, survey needs descriptions, as some may be new. Some may be new, but it is not clear from pictures. That's what they had to say.
Okay. So, there are no existing windows in this house at all. They've all
Okay.
been replaced with either metal or vinyl
Oh, wow.
insert.
Okay.
So, that's one thing. While I would, look at this on the flat front facade and maybe agree with their comments, I would say, please refer to your front page to see the visibility.
Yeah.
Again, I believe the facade of the historic structure is untouched. It's going to stay primarily the way it is, except right now there's a boarded up window in the peak. And we didn't want to put back the half circle window, we're just putting a regular double hung. Those wings that you see, the one to the left is primarily almost exactly like the wing that's there, but it's in disrepair, so we'd like to take that wing down, which is clearly an addition.
Right.
And add it back with the slightest little more pitch to it, so it looks pretty much the same. And the ones on the right are in back, pushed back off the front facade. One, not so much, the smaller one, but the larger one is all the way to the rear of the building.
Okay.
So the visibility of this house is or would be what you can see from Warren Street on that walking path, and Boyer's Alley is in a butter's way, so it's not a public street. It's how everyone accesses the rear of their gardens back there.
Do you have any photographs of the front of the house as taken from Warren?
Just
down
the
that
his, you know what?
But it certainly does not look like that now.
Guess I don't. We can bring that. Do you have one?
But I'm just curious. Let's see, do people want to, are we ready with some comments? Sorry.
Can you see it from here?
Good.
Oh, here you go. Pass that around. You can also see.
This is taken from the property though,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
I mean, so, just in fairness to you, this long thing right here is your property.
You can see
So
a lot of
anybody
it in
that's
here
viewing
and here.
from our public way is out on Warren Street. So it's gonna be a little bit more distant than what that photograph is.
Right.
Yeah.
I was there a few years ago, and you can't see this from anywhere public.
Can't imagine.
I don't think you can.
Does John want to see that? John, do you want to see the picture?
John, just by the way, that's taken from his property, their property.
You can't see it from there?
No, did you get
I think that's
any of
all
these?
filled in with.
No, I didn't.
The access is actually off 4 years old.
That's 88 feet back, that shaft.
That whole area is very wooded too.
I never even knew this house was there.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's a two-family. It always has been a two-family. It's going to stay a two-family.
I could go say a brief thing. I'm flabbergasted. I've never seen this house before, and it's really beautiful. I think if we're going to save the front facade, which you would see looking down Warren Street, I would say that maybe we save the fan window, just because of it's if we're going to save the front of the house historically, maybe we don't touch that, but we let you renovate the sides of it so that we have at least one facade that's still historic.
Is that fan window there now?
No, it's a plywood board over a double hung window.
No, I didn't
see the old picture. Let me see that one more time.
I did number on the floor plans the windows that I put the color sections to.
Yeah.
Oh, so now it's just a board up there?
Yes.
Oh, over the fan, or?
No, this is from in this corresponds number 21. That's looking from the inside out.
Oh, so it's already.
It's a 2 over 2. Yeah.
Wow.
About 3 or 4 feet.
Oh, and the front doors also. It doesn't have the old.
No, we'd like to put that back.
Just a little sort of
the little brackets.
Element,
yeah, and the front stoop is actually a piece of stone that's been there as long as Pauline can remember, and we'd like to keep that too.
Great.
We're pretty much not touching the main box of this building.
That's nice. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Let's see. Diane.
I think it's good. I just wondered you couldn't keep that second chimney.
The second chimney belongs to a furnace that I think was put in by your brother.
Yeah.
So we'd rather not. We don't really need it.
And the shutters are going to follow the shutters of the old building
Yeah.
and around on the side.
We hadn't proposed them on the side because you can't see the side.
No, I know you can. I just wondered. No, I don't have
Jump in if you want to say something.
any problem with it.
Thank you, Diane. John?
Yeah, this is Peter's sister and brother-in-law.
My brother, Peter DeBarros, lived there from 1980. Before that, I was born and raised in that house. And my brother couldn't keep up with it because he became ill and passed away in 2016 and left the house to me. So we left Nantucket and we want to restore it. My mother worked very hard for that house and we just want to restore it and live there. So I'm a native.
Uncle Mike got the small house.
Pardon me?
Uncle Mike got the small house.
Uncle Mike, yeah, Michael Rose. Yeah. Okay, Uncle Mike.
Good family. Thank you.
You good, John? Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it's not viewable, and the south side, the front is, a lot of it's being saved. That Greek revival detail over the door, is that still there?
No, we're gonna put it back.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, that would be my only request.
Yeah.
So, not even. Great, thank you.
Sounds like we're good to go on this one. Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Come on up.
Thanks. Great, I think this will be our opportunity. Should I talk to the microphone? Great. Oh, I just got talk. Yes, yeah. I'm Penny Dye, and I'm a direct abutter on two sides of this property. Abuts two sides of mine. I had just a couple of questions. You actually can see it from Warren Street, but very little of the front facade. You can just see part of it.
Right.
Largely due to the vegetation that's in that pathway. I was wondering, Val said that the additions on the right are pushed back off the front facade. Can you tell us how many feet?
The smaller one is, I believe, 2 feet, but the larger one is 30.
Back of the house.
Yeah.
I'm concerned a little bit about the massing on the right-hand side, in particular the ridge height, and also that exterior stairway. Those are two concerns that I have. I also would like to say we're just very happy that Pauline and Larry are coming back into the neighborhood and fixing this house, which is in need of repair. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks. So, Penny, I believe you were sitting here when we were discussing the Historic Structures Advisory said they were talking about the scale of the addition. I believe the consensus view on that was that so little of the building is visible that is really not going to be of any great impact. And does anyone have any concerns with the exterior stair?
This one. Yeah, that's.
Because I was wondering why is it on the side and not the back?
Okay, so the staircase is on.
Well,
We'll
we
call the Warren Street side the front.
Yeah.
So the stair is on the Warren Street side.
It's on the east side.
Yeah.
It's the south.
No, south faces Warren Street.
Yeah, that's the side
That's
that the
the side
stair
it's
is on.
No, the stairway to the second floor is on the right-hand side. The exterior two-story stair.
Correct, but that's the south facade still.
No, the front of the house is the south. Is it not?
Correct.
Yeah, did
Here,
you see
Penny,
the
come on
plan?
up. It would also help.
Yeah, but it's on the east side of the house. If you look at it in plan, It's on the east side.
Well, this is south.
Well, the
and the
entire
stairway's here.
staircase is
Right.
on the east side.
Yeah.
Well, in fact,
No.
not just the staircase, but the whole deck.
The deck
Yeah.
is
Is on the east side.
Yeah, both additions with the deck and the stairway. And then is the stairway now in the back?
This is, we're enclosing this to be an interior stairway because we're putting in an elevator.
Yes, okay.
So we've got rid of the interior stairs that were like,
So you're talking about elevation, and I'm talking about in plan, it's on the east side of the house.
But you would raise, I think your concern was about this
Yes.
staircase, right?
Mhm.
And
that's south. So
right.
we thought tucking it in was probably a good idea.
But it's not really tucked in behind that. Just,
Yeah.
that design.
I want to be clear on what your concern is. So your concern is the visibility of that exterior stair from Warren Street.
Yeah.
Is that stated in that?
Yeah, and from abutting properties, which I know doesn't really matter, but, yeah.
That is not supposed to be part of
Okay.
that purview.
That's fine.
She's concerned.
She's concerned about the visibility of that from Warren Street.
On the east side, I don't think you see it, east side.
Well, she might, because she lives right in front of them.
Yeah.
We were gonna propose to put a fence in front of it anyway for the dog, so.
Okay,
That would mitigate quite a bit of it.
would it be fair for me to say that, again, the consensus of the board view on the stair is that there's very limited visibility from Warren Street of anything, and particularly of the part that's way in the back, which would be where this deck is. Having said that, now you know that one of your neighbors is concerned about the location of that stair. That's all.
You want to do a view?
That's not a bad idea.
Want to?
Yeah.
Fine with me. Any concerns at all?
So I'll make motion to view.
Yeah. Do we need any stakes or anything like that?
No, I think if we get to Warren Street, we can look back up the driveway and see
All right.
what
Fair
it looks
enough.
on the right.
The driveway isn't, how good, I've checked, I have a feeling this is the driveway that the post office uses.
It's not, which driveway?
No, they don't drive on it, they walk on it and jump over a fence. And have for years.
That doesn't sound legal to me. Okay, so.
All right, motion to hold for review.
Sounds good.
Is that motion by you or by?
Oh, doesn't matter, either one.
Diane, were you in first?
Yeah.
With the motion to view?
It doesn't matter.
All those in favor of Diane's motion to just view this?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So we just take a little look at it and we'll reconvene.
See you later.
Okay,
Where's my friend?
17 Hinkley. Oh, that's
Fee for sale, but it shows this house too, so she bought it.
Do you have a public comment to make at this time?
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
17 Hinkley.
Thank you, sir.
Don't be nervous.
All right. Okay, so rotation on this one is to you, TJ.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass these around so you guys can look at them. They're really for the new dwelling, but
Yeah.
you can look at them. This is a,
This is near the Coolidges.
Yes.
Is it the Coolidge? But it's not the
no,
Coolidge.
Mills is the.
Oh, sorry, the Coolidges, live down. I didn't hear what you said, what?
I said, is this near the
It
Coolidges?
is near the Coolidges, yes. I'm a cousin of the Coolidges.
Okay, great.
And so
A
the
Coolidge
Coolidges
cousin.
Are down like 2 houses towards Clipboard.
Okay, so this is further towards
Right.
the water.
So, Val Oliver for the applicant. This is, the first application is to demo or move off the top cottage. There's 2 little cottages that are almost identical, really. The one at the bottom of the hill, which intersects with Hinkley, and all of those gorgeous grove of trees are staying, and I know that's a concern for the neighborhood, and we are so good with that.
So are we talking about the one on the west or the east?
East.
East,
So the
that
east,
circle.
okay.
The one that's
Oh, I see.
away, the furthest one away.
Right.
The further one away from Hinkley.
Okay.
Right. But you should, for the record, give your name and, what you, yeah.
My name's Marcia Button. We have a house on 12 Hinkley Lane. I'm here on behalf of the Hinkley Lane Association, of which I'm the past president and an active board member. And should I say what our concern is?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So, in talking to Val ahead of time, our concern is not a concern. Because what we are concerned about is the grove of trees that's border Hinkley Lane on the west.
The cupolas, right?
And they're beautiful. They're lindens, black locusts, which I had Emily Molden. She came out to look at them. She said black locusts are more unusual than honey locusts.
Yeah.
And maples. And they're a really distinctive feature of the lane because the rest of it is, bush honeysuckle and bayberry and beach plum, and then you come to these beautiful trees. And we had a meeting in the summer. Everybody said we hope that the trees stay. So that was our concern.
Yep.
And we have a guy, we're trying to keep Hinkley Lane looking peaceful, quiet, and rural, even though there's a lot of development. But actually, we're doing fairly well, because when you go down Hinkley Lane, it looks like.
Absolutely.
So we didn't want to lose these trees.
No.
Okay.
But now we're not losing them, so.
Okay, well, thank you.
We don't want to.
Yeah, and I agree, that's a nice little, it's very wooded down there.
And it should stay there. Those are amazing.
So,
Yeah.
oh gosh.
Yeah, look.
Cottage built 1990?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, that's what it says, and there's the drawings.
These are the trees, if anybody wants to
Yeah.
see them.
So those.
They're beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so we have a one-story cottage that you can all see that is being asked to be demolished. It's 1990 was the date of construction. Any comments on this application?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Okay.
What is going to go in instead?
The next application. A house, a much bigger house, more akin to the neighbors
It looks
on
like it's
Hinkley.
in pretty good shape.
I mean, on Heather and.
My guess is 1990 it probably is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Seems too bad just to demolish it.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
and
Diane,
the
I'm
scale.
sure they have to advertise it, it's a dwelling.
We have.
And it's small, so no.
And it's not insulated, it's, very wood inside and wires and pipes and of an age that doesn't exist anymore. But our other concern was if somebody was trying to get the house out, we would have to do something with the trees, so we really don't want to.
Unless your person was
Right.
further east.
Yeah, that would be a contingency.
Yep.
Unless a neighbor will let you.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Diane. John, you were about to say something a moment ago.
I had a question. My preservation side is my job here. The little cottages are starting to lose them all over the island. Beach cottages and everything, My question is this on block?
It looks like it's on
Yeah.
piers.
Cinder, maybe cinder block.
Part of it's on piers, part of it's on CMUs. Part of them's on concrete block.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
It's got the lattice around the bottom, which usually tells you.
Yeah.
My question, thank you.
Okay. TJ.
I see it as okay. I think it's appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I'm with John on this. I hate to see these old buildings go. They're few and far between. I hope the next application is going to consider what was there before. I don't have anything, a leg to stand on in that it's 1990, but I think the scale of this is wonderful, and it's too bad we're losing them.
It would be great if they were all one story. Okay. It's very rare that this board would hold up a building dating from 1990 for being removed, either demoed or moved off. But now we see it, and so now we're about to review what would potentially go in its place. Does anybody want to make a motion for me on this one?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Approve demo, move off?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John, where are you on?
You say
Good question.
neglectingly,
What was that?
what's that word?
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly,
I
okay.
hate to see the jumble, disappearing so fast.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we wrote nothing on the paper this week about it. About the HDC.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
In the letter bag?
Huh?
In the letter bag?
Letter to the editor.
Did we get slashed?
Well, at least one of the colleges is staying, right?
Window
Yeah, one of the cottages is going.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was that. Okay, I'm gonna read two letters on the new application into the minutes. This one appears to be from the whole Hinkley Lane Association. Oh yeah. Hello Kathy, we are writing from the Hinkley Lane Association. We have some questions about the plans for 17 Hinkley coming up tomorrow at the HCC meeting. Attaches the letter and additional information that we ask you to share with the HCC. Number one, 17 Hinkley is number 58 and 59 on the agenda.
That was from when it was first coming up, and that was the letter she was just talking about.
Strike that. Do you know, number two, do you know if the demolition includes both buildings or just one in the rear of the lot? Not the one closer, we have the answer to that, okay? Number three, Hinkley Lane Association concerned about the old growth of trees, discussed, check that. Number four, the Hinkley Lane Association passed guidelines 2012 requesting that any building leave a 20-foot buffer of wild natural vegetation, not landscaped, between any building and the lane. I presume that is Hinkley Lane, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then attached are the letter describing our concerns in more detail, Hinkley Lane guidelines, photos of the lane and trees. So I'll pass that around. And there's a second letter. You want to take that first and circulate it? So this one is, also from Hinkley Lane Association. This,
Is it Kathy Selmanowitz? Yeah.
Are there two buildings on the lot? Yeah. So did we just, both buildings?
no.
The one that's
Just the
closest
one
to
in
the
the back.
lane.
One at a time. One closest to the lane staying.
Listen, I'm just going to read this. I'm trying to sort of pre-digest it, but I won't. This letter is in regard to the demolition of a building and construction of a new building at 17 Hinkley. The Hinkley Lane Association strives to maintain the quiet rural feel of Hinkley Lane that all residents love and appreciate. To this end, in 2012, we passed guidelines. One of the most important guidelines to maintain the rural feel is to ask each builder to maintain a 20-foot buffer of wild, natural, not landscaped vegetation between the lane and any building or construction. 17 Hinkley has a beautiful grove of old lindens, black locusts, and maples bordering the west side of the lane. It's actually the east side of the lane, and stretching back to the lot. This is a very special, much-loved and unique feature of the lane. It significantly contributes to quiet rural feel. The rest of the lane is low-lying vegetation, bayberry, honeysuckle, beach plums, so the trees are a welcome sight and a considerable point of interest when walking or driving on the lane. At the July meeting of the association, the sense of the meeting was that everyone would very much like the trees to remain. We feel sure we can collaborate with the new owners in preserving the trees. We want the agency to be aware of our guidelines and concerns. So I believe all that has been addressed, and thankfully the trees are being saved, and the building that's coming off is the one that's further away from Hinkley Lane. So I would say that those concerns have been addressed.
Right.
So, now we are on to the design for the new house.
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Val, did you use those guidelines when you put this on the lot, the 24, the buffer?
We didn't even know about it, and we are not touching the cottage at the bottom of the hill where the grove of trees are, so we're completely away from any of that.
That the buffer is here.
Not all the way around.
No.
There's a neighbor over on that side.
Right.
Yeah,
And
that's,
there are pictures that you can circulate. The color pictures are probably clearer of drone shots, so you can see what's around it. New houses that are under construction, I passed them around.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe with the last application. Because I think it's and there were also examples, I believe, of houses that are up there.
They're coming around now. Photos are coming around.
You got them?
Yep.
Okay.
What is this? It's not. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Oh, those are just all the photos that were in the home.
That's near Cliff.
Oh, no,
No,
that's
that's
the one before.
Right.
Warren.
The Warrens.
There were a bunch of, and then they were labeled. I put, no.
Yeah, I got him.
Okay, he's got them.
Okay, so I just pass on all the photos.
Yeah.
Toss them all.
That's
This is one.
Warriors Lane,
This is one.
51.
Perfect, thank you.
You have a, Val,
Mm-hmm.
you have a paved driveway going to the back,
We have a what?
a paved drive.
it does say paved.
There is some pieces of old paving there, but it's not gonna stay paving,
Okay,
Funny, part of it says gravel and part of it says paved.
paved,
which
right.
is what's there right now. This isn't a landscape plan at all.
Does anyone want to start? Yeah.
According to the photos, this structure here is drawn 25-foot floor. This structure it replaces this one here.
Hey, John,
That's only.
can I interrupt you? 25.4 is to the lower roof.
Right.
The building to the actual where the roof walk is, that ridge is 29,
2810,
well, yeah, call it
29.
29.
Nobody's mentioned that seen here.
Right, so over on this side,
Now that's 32 feet.
On one side.
oh, okay.
Do you
Yeah,
know-
so
It
there's
slopes
a
off.
pitch down.
Do you know what your finished floor elevation is?
Hang on one second. Go ahead, John, continue.
Yeah, okay. This, looking at these photos here, this is the aerial photo, and putting, this is the bottom picture on the bottom left on the front page.
Mm-hmm.
That shows the whole area,
Can you give
and
them those?
and there are only two structures visibly, we'll say in the immediate surroundings. It's right straight down this road, and that's a full two-story there. Okay, you show here. These are all, basically, these are all story and a half, looking at them, because of the pitch of the roofs that they have. And it should be more conforming to a story and a half structure than these. These here, and this, well, I can't show everybody this photo, but anyway, the second photo.
Yeah.
And that shows the way they're constructed here. The 2.5 goes in water. But back on this one here, that's got their house directly. It's going to stand out like a
Sort of.
ball, you know?
Like a what?
This house should be drawn in a 1.5 story direction instead of goes 2.5 stories here. I also had a question on the left west elevation. There's no page number. There's page.
Oh, God.
Where is the ground level? Apparently, on these photos, this is all level ground. And why is there a drop off here?
Look at your front page, there's some topography there. There's a significant slope from this end of the lot, from the top of the hill, right in front of you, right here. Where
John, the site
the
slopes
site goes
up.
that way.
Well, I don't think it'd be over a 3-foot slope, you know?
It's about 10.
If that, you know?
It's 10.
So, I mean, there's nothing showing the dimensions of it.
On the site plan, John, they show the road at elevation 36.
36?
And I believe their finished floor comes to elevation 50. So that's a 14-foot higher floor than the road.
No.
36 here.
Well, you've got a 9-foot jump up. I scaled it from grade at the front, at the east, up to first floor, and the grade here measured at 41 on the site plan. So I'm counting that as finished floor 50.
Well, I even can't visually, I can't pick that up from bottom enough photo.
I thought we were
So
supposed to
here's
build
what
on
I
the highest
suggest.
spot.
I think I know what you're gonna suggest.
I'm gonna suggest that you view it.
With
Okay.
goals.
We'll put some poles up,
That's a
and
great
you can
idea.
see the context in the area.
Yeah.
But can I just throw in a few things?
Yeah.
Just so they're out on the table. One, the roof walk is very large, you know, usually we're doing the 1/3 rule.
Okay.
Second, it's not apparent from the elevations, but you're doing that kind of corner where you got gables going off of both sides, which,
Yep.
you know what I mean?
Looking at the floor plan?
No,
Oh,
no, like, your,
Cross cables.
it's a cross gable, but it's flush. You know, it's like, I see it and it's just really,
this,
I don't love it, so.
yeah,
See this corner right here?
yeah,
This isn't actually projecting forward, that roof is coming right down and
Yeah.
that's meeting at a point.
yep, okay.
As opposed to just having one gable and then a subordinate gable, something like that.
Oh, can I make a motion for review? Because I think it would be really helpful. Oh,
Yeah.
you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to throw in a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we might as well give Val, if we
Yeah,
have
give
just
me the
general
stuff.
comments, we should do some of it at least now before the viewing.
Did you have anything else, Ray?
No, TJ, go
Okay.
ahead, sorry.
I agree with Ray on that, because when you look at that, it's just a funny detail. If you maybe extended your ridge, it would correct that salt box feature to the right of that detail on your south elevation.
This,
Yeah, you've got sort of a salt box gable shape, and I think that if you just extended your main ridge, even that salt box out, it would also fix what Ray's talking about. The only other thing, two other things, I'm a little concerned about the height, which we already mentioned, that's why we're gonna view. But on the side that addresses Heather Lane, I'm a little concerned about the fenestration being a bit odd.
Heather Lane is north.
North, yes. So I think on the second floor, and I know what you're doing, you've got fireplaces inside, but I think you can make those double sliders a little bit wider. They look like 5 foot, maybe make them 6 to mitigate some of the shingle space that seems out of proportion. And down below, I would just, I think the gliders are a little bit much for that wall plane, in that you could do better by changing those to the same as you have above, and it would work better with your post spacing. Otherwise, it's generally a well put together design.
Thank you, TJ. Does anybody else have anything to add in terms of the design? Because we are going to get a motion to view this with height goals.
I think just one thing, looking at all these pictures, in all this split going practically all the way up to Cliff, which is really not like Hinkley Lane, as far as architecture is concerned.
Yeah.
There are very few, only two that I can see of roof walks. It is
Oh.
using Val's own pictures, it is, I think perhaps it is much of the other thing, just to look around. This particular picture, I don't know if you've seen them over there, but there are the two cottages, the property on two sides. And it's sort of a nest of small type houses, not as tall. This is,
Well, the context we're going for is the houses that you see in back of it across Heather Lane.
To the
Yeah.
north.
And what you can see from Hinckley, I don't know what you're gonna be able to see in Hinckley.
I'd like to
We're about to
add something
find
about
that
the
out.
architecture.
if we do the view, we see the,
I just wanna add that the massing seems pretty massive and not sort of additive. So, I think as a whole, I'd like to see it sort of broken down, not so hefty.
right, because
I think if you can get it down to a 27 ridge, sorry.
that's a,
I think if you can get it down to a 27 ridge height, it would be easy to approve.
because Hinkley Lane originally, which has grown because of the right-hand side being up for sale, were all small houses.
Yes.
And these are sort of the end of the line, the 1, 2, 3, 4, they're more than right off together, that
Thank you, Diane.
haven't grown so much.
Sean.
I guess one thing, and I should have caught it right off the bat, north elevation, it's over penetrated on the first floor, it's too much glass. So you gotta cut back on some of those 4 units. Maybe make them 3 units.
TJ agrees.
TJ already said that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so
Motion to hold for review.
with some height poles at the two ends of the ridge,
Yeah,
fair? Okay.
Thank you.
Well, with the main ridge,
I would say so.
okay,
All those in favor of that?
Aye.
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 alright.
Thank you.
I should have more info from Don Bracken by then.
Val, do you want these pictures back, or should I turn them in?
No, you can put them in the file,
Okay.
unless Kadim's throwing them away.
Nope, I'm happy to have them.
Albert.
I'm recusing from the next two. Diane, you get the chair.
Yeah.
Wait, wait.
Albert will be
You're
the
good.
It's your fun. Oh, hi.
Huh?
Must be a trustee or something.
How is
Good,
your,
how are you?
how was your flight back? That was very quick.
It was good. It was a night owl, so I'm a little sleepy, but I'm okay.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we?
Were you in Nova Scotia? No.
No, I went to Truckee for a wedding, California.
Oh. Big hall.
Big hall, but a high school friend getting married for the first time.
Steve, are you on this?
Good.
Yeah,
Pardon?
it was fun.
That's positive.
You're asking me? Yes.
Do you wanna be?
Oh, I suppose.
Okay,
We'll do something in here.
Lisa, what would you like?
This is,
to start with?
are we on the cliff?
We are
41
at
cliff?
the cliff.
So the only changes to this are adding splitting some windows on the north, which I don't disagree. I'm sure they look better the way they are, but I think the visibility of this is extremely limited. Yeah, new business. It wasn't heard.
That's what I was asking.
Is this house
I thought it
built
was
yet,
open.
or?
Oh, no,
They
this
just-
wasn't.
Oh, it is built. Okay.
Yeah, it's been there for a while. We've just been making a couple architectural changes. But it's so far back from the water, I don't think you see the north elevation at all.
I'm sorry.
So the house is there, Lisa, right?
Yeah.
Could you start again?
So just, the changes are on the north elevation.
Okay.
There's very few changes, just two. We're taking two windows that are together and splitting them.
And the
We've
portico on the
yeah.
west.
And then we're adding the portico on the west.
That's it.
But it's really set far back from the water as well as Cliff Road. It's the one that's way down the driveway. Along
Madam
Temple Street.
Chair,
Yeah,
could I go first?
you may go first.
I have no problems with this application.
Okay.
Ditto.
Alright.
Yeah, that's it.
Steve?
It's on the west.
Steve, what do you
Yeah, I'm
want?
good with it.
You're good with it, and what about John?
He's contemplating. You good? He's good.
Motion to approve.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so the next one is,
Back
21.
to work.
Well, this one has not been heard
Oh,
yet.
this is
either.
wrong. Washington Road.
Yeah.
You're probably like, where the hell is Washington Pond Road? Sorry.
It's further south in the blog.
Oh, thank you.
So this is to, this is
Over the hump.
a building to replace a structure that Mike Day came in to move part of and demo the rest of it. So it's that lot. So he's moving part of the old building.
Is this new?
It's new, it's all new. Yeah, new, it wasn't heard.
This is 21 Washington.
Washington, not
And
Washington.
what? Jesse, you're on it? Okay.
So I don't know if you sat on it before, there's an existing building there that got, that Mike Day is moving part of, 2 pieces, and then the rest of it's getting demolished. The building was one of the first pieces of architecture ran out here when we started our office in '94, so it's definitely not historic. And it's getting reused. So this is a neat structure to replace it.
All righty. You got, you want to begin? Sure.
I think it's very appropriate. I don't think I'd change a thing.
All righty. Jesse, you have the time to look at it?
I honestly, it's really nice. I can't even find anything to
Complain about?
to complain about. Very well done. First I thought maybe cottage corners, but then thinking about it, it would be too much shingle. The trim makes it look nice.
Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, no, it is very nice design. I was wondering about, on the front porch, are those square columns around?
They're going to be square.
Okay, and, the chimney is parched or brick or?
I think it'd be brick.
Okay. Yeah, I sort of, I don't mind Jesse's, the questioning of the, cottage corners would be, I think, quite nice, but I'm, it's not gonna hold up my vote.
Okay. I mean, that's something we haven't even really talked about. I mean, I could discuss that with him, but
You could see it going either way.
I could see it going either way.
Or even on the dormers, take the corner boards off, keep the rest of the.
Maybe, because it's nice, it kind of enhances the gambrel shape.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. Calm it down a little.
Yeah.
John?
Put a flare in the home.
Lisa, up on the south elevation, is that gonna be visible?
The south, you mean with the little hip or which part of it?
No, on the door where you got 2 windows together and then a single.
Yeah.
I would just like.
Well, that's the side that faces the neighbor, so it's this.
Yeah. So
it's this elevation.
Yeah.
So it's not square to the road. I think you'll see it at an angle.
And I didn't know whether, have you got on your top of the chimney, is that some sort of vent going out of there, or is it the way it's corbelled?
It's just the way it's corbelled and drawn.
Okay.
There's no cap or no metal vent.
All right. Johnny, what did you come up with?
No, I'm measuring. I need a minute.
He's measuring the deck, I think, although the current house has a big deck on it. It's visible.
Okay, you have, the structure all the way around, 130 square feet, you got 60 feet of decking.
Wait, it's 150 plus 88, 238 feet around. You're doing the circumference?
Right.
Yep.
Right.
240. I'm rounding up.
30% of that.
68. Huh? Well, what do I have? No, I think because we're
66 feet.
Yeah, I don't see anything egregious about the decking myself, but, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application.
All right, we have an application to approve as submitted.
Second that?
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Don, what are you voting? Johnny?
Thank you, sir.
He's voting yes. Okay. The next is, where's Ray? There
Here I am.
Okay.
65 Center Street.
Well, I think you should announce the Stone Alley thing if there's people here who are
You
waiting.
got it. We know where it
We're
went.
holding it to the end.
Yeah, they're aware.
Do the people in the audience know that? 'Cause
Yeah,
I
we're all
see-
together back there.
I see neighbors, okay.
Yep, we know.
Okay.
We have a board.
Yeah, I had to write it down.
Yeah, right, so now we're on official old business as opposed to carryover, so we'll need to have, okay.
The board we have is Pohl,
Yeah.
Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Watterson.
Thank you. All right. So we're all familiar, I think a lot of us have gone out to this site to visit it. Let me see, I think maybe there's one or two things I need to read here.
We haven't seen that.
Really?
Nope. I don't think that's the neighbor. Because we've spoken to 3 of the neighbors.
Kind of confusing.
What's the address? Could be a
Could be,
We got this
is
afternoon.
this, was some of this stuff sent around?
The other one.
With some of what stuff sent around.
These letters to the board members.
The letters that I had were just letters that I had in old business today that I just put on in the application note.
Cause
They were just in the stack of old business.
all right, well,
Yeah,
let me,
because we've never seen
let me try this out. Okay, this one is from Alfie Clifton III. Very kind of you. By the way, is there anybody here in the room in opposition to this project? Wants to speak in opposition to?
it. Is there an
No.
address?
Ray, was there a
on that?
sticky note on this one? Was there
Yeah,
on the letter? So
Please.
this came in like at like 3:30 today or something. So this is like a brand new.
Does he have an
Captain Marvel
address?
visit.
Where it lives, right?
Alfie C3.
Where does he live?
I don't know.
No address. Okay.
I viewed the information. The fact remains the owner and agent allowed roof removal without proper authorization, literally leaving this fragile structure bare to storms and damaging rain. This is not properly addressed in testimony provided by the agent. She states that the roof was covered with plywood and tarp, but if so, it was not for weeks long after the damage was done, and must have been after I wrote my original correspondence below. Perhaps an appropriate action can be leveled by the Nantucket HDC. It seems irrational and without proper bound for no one to be held to account. The historic structure should be protected. If not, if such disregard is allowed, what is signaled? In this regard, for the benefit of the community and members of the commission, I request respectfully that my correspondence, this and prior below, be read aloud during today's proceeding on the matter. Okay, so that was the first one. And this is the prior, I guess.
And she still didn't say
No,
where she
actually,
lives?
it's not. The next two appear to be from Hillary Rayford. No. I'm not sure. Okay, dear chairpersons.
Is this Hillary?
No.
Oh.
I think this is Alfie, and this is super mixed up. Where a roof once was, a gaping hole exists, with no dramatization intended. Whoever is conducting the repairs upon 65 Center Street and its owner ought, due to the deplorable and utterly heart-wrenching condition that caused to befall the home, be publicly shamed, repeatedly. Thereafter, shamed repeatedly. Thereafter, they ought to be held to account by restitution. One should at least presume to see roof joints and cladding of temporary nature. As of now, and for too many long, nary a tarp is at hand to protect the poorly kept, now brutalized and wretched soul of this old home. It has literally been laid bare to storms with damaging rain measured in tens and tens of centimeters. This is not simply a matter of aesthetics. It is a concern of high archaeological and historic regard. Apparently, it is also a matter of archaeological and historic disregard to rapidly devolve this home from disrepair to a demolition. The owner's counselor rumored a past chair of the Nantucket HDC.
And what'd she say it was?
What?
What'd she say it was?
Rumored to be a past. I don't think it's a rumor, actually. I think it's a reality. Ought to have handled affairs in this account. I shouldn't be laughing. But you were the chair of the HDC for law, if I remember.
Rumored.
How big is the public square, or is there simply no shame? In the interest of this one home and eventually the many, will Nantucket's Historic Commission act now to utilize proper protections? Can we get this sorted before more damage is allowed? I jot this note lest my conscience be burdened by a failure to act. Having witnessed these conditions, my travels begin with sadness. Now, you know, the interesting thing about this is that, to Linda's point, he never actually identifies where he lives.
This is Cliff Finnegan?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was Cliff Road.
No, Alfie, the person that just wrote those two letters is named Alfie Clifton III. That's all we know about him. We must have an email address in it. Anyway, I want to just speak to that for a second. I don't know how long the roof was off, and I don't want unnecessarily to influence the discussion at this table, but the rot, I saw this project, and the rot to the sill and all that kind of thing are not something that happened as a result of it being exposed to the elements for a week or two. That rot has been taking place for at least 100 years. It's in a very, very, very advanced state of decay. So, you know, would it have been nice to have a tarp over the whole thing?
Did.
Yes, but okay, well, listen, I've read these into the record. I feel like I've done my duty, and now I'd like to, you guys can present, because this is the continuation of a prior hearing, by the way. And I think most of us who are sitting on this have viewed the site. So, with that,
I just want to
Sure,
I thank you for saying what you did about the rot. Diane's
go ahead.
before Dorian came,
the storm that wasn't. We tightened it up, we put a tarp over that roof. That hole came from the added dormer that we took off. The roof was always going to come off, so there's nothing that wasn't approved on the roof as it was anyway. We put a tarp over the hole where the dormer had come off, and they boarded up all of those openings where we took off the later additions and left huge holes in that structure. So nothing was exposed to the elements and nothing was destroyed by the elements. It's coming off piece by piece. If you look at your pictures, you'll see where there's numbers on all the King's lumber. And you will see that in the backyard, there is, you can see the rot, because I've taken pictures of the 3 corner posts that I could get to. One corner post is split all the way to the 3rd floor. You can see where it's the sill is completely disintegrated. I talked to the former owner today again, and when you get to some of the pictures where you see white paint on the beams, that's to keep the smell of the fire, which Bruce Watts was the fire chief at that point. And the fire went all the way up the front steps. It went around that north side and crept into the living room area, and that's why you see a lot of white paint on the beams. And you can see where we've started to expose the black. Yeah.
This is what Linda's talking about. The white, and you can see a little bit of black there, is actually a burnt beam. It's black underneath and it's been painted white to sort of contain it. Okay.
We were in the building, so we haven't done any more damage. We're trying to protect it and take it off, which is why everything's being numbered and kept. The borax has already been ordered. The HSAB asked that we not use something more detrimental to the wood. We've already ordered the stuff for the powder post, so their beams, all the roof beams, all that stuff is lying in the back. You'll see that the floor joists under the 2nd floor are in really good shape. Some of the floors are in really good shape. Some of the floors are later additions. You can see where we're taking off. They're taking the nails off one by one. They're taking the pegs off one by one. And this picture here will show you the beams and the wood lying in the backyard. Some of the sheathing has already been off. It's all numbered. So I've taken pictures of everything so we know where the sheathing and the beams came from. I have more pictures of this than I know what to do with. The whole disc by itself. This is probably more illustrative than anything else. You see all the beams, all the sheathing in the back. Diane, this picture. Diane? That one. Yeah. Everything's numbered. You can clearly see they're numbered there because I didn't have a light was on it. So we are protecting it. We are dismantling it one by one, and we are going to put them back up where HSEB asked us to put them back up where they came from, the wood that can be reused. We have to do this correctly. There's a lot of eyes on this project, which is why we put in so many pictures, and every day or so I take more pictures as more comes off so we can see it and document every square inch of the structure since before we took the walls down. So there's not one thing I don't have a picture of. I understand it's a little causing agita in the public because it's an old structure, but it's a structure that was in very much disrepair when we started getting into it. And as Ray knows and some of the other guys, the minute you start going into an old structure, you don't know what you're going to end up with. I happen to be working on another structure on the fringe of town, same age, and the beams line up. The wood is in pristine condition and the sill is in pristine condition. Looking at that compared to this, I don't know who built one and who built the other, but they're not in the same category, but they're the same age. Rain hasn't damaged anything more than it was already damaged. There were leaks in the house. You could see it on the ceiling before we took the sheeting off the roof. So I think we're pretty much going along. We haven't taken anything more off the building than was already approved to come off the building. So we didn't want to keep going until we had the approval to continue to take down the 2nd floor and the 1st floor. The guy managing the site, Chris and I were in the 3rd floor when they were putting up the staging on the front wall, which was the more intact wall of them all. And the whole house on the 3rd floor, we were swaying back and forth, so they had to stop putting staging up on the front of the building until we got out of the 3rd floor. Which is why the first thing that came down were the gable ends and all the ceiling joists and the beams that were up there. And they were about 8 feet apart on the 3rd floor, unlike the one I'm working on the same age, which are 4 foot on center. Go figure how they built that 200 years ago. But that's pretty much, you guys have seen it, you've been in it, and that's where we are right now. We just need to keep going before it gets destroyed. So we want to take more of this down. They took the 2nd floor third floor support beams down today.
Thank you. Would anyone care to begin the discussion?
I'll start.
Okay.
I was there yesterday, and was, taken through with the, with Linda and the, Chip. And I saw that, this building has been neglected for a very long time. It looks like it was left open at times. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but, it's not my wish to renovate an antique house to this extent, but I believe that the renovations of this house will actually preserve the integrity of this house. So I'm in favor of what
Taking it apart.
I didn't want to say
I know. Dismantling and reconstructing.
We do need to be.
I'm in favor of the application of what you're doing.
Who's next? Thank you.
Yeah, I went by on Friday, and it's pretty clear to me that the building is in disrepair and there's a lot of rot head to toe. Found that especially on the the roof and along the sill plate of the building, not much is actually salvageable. So I am in support of the application, but if I were to make a motion, I would add the stipulation that a registered surveyor verify the ridge height is as it is now upon HDC sign off of the permit.
Thank you, TJ. Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, I think, going through these pictures and stuff, that everything has been well cataloged. Sometime it would be good to have an answer to some of the questions. On several of the siding, you have equidistant circles drilled through. Is that what they put in asbestos to keep it more?
Well, it was cellulose.
Yeah.
Cellulose.
Okay, I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
We didn't realize there were holes in almost every single piece of sheathing.
Well, don't you remember when they were here in big time in Nantucket?
Yeah.
Practically every building except ours.
But we're using them anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just I wondered if that's what it was, is the cellulose stuff. I don't know how you could do it any better. I think some of the timbers I would like to see either sistered in so that they stayed in the building. That can be done. I think this past 2 weeks has been Trash the HDC week, and I'm tired of it, if you want to know the truth. Have them come and make these decisions. But basically, I think you're doing a very good job on maintaining what's there, saying where it is. I don't know whether stuff in the backyard would satisfy them if you threw a big freaking tarp over the whole thing so that the cedar isn't supposed to fall apart in the rain. It's supposed to be an outdoor wood. But if you did that, it might help your complaint. But I think you're doing about as good a job as can be done under the circumstances.
The goal is to put a tarp under all that wood, treat it on all four sides, so we can get the powder posts out.
Yeah.
They're
We have to get those out.
And then we're gonna tarp them again, and then he's got a storage container where all the wood's gonna go out there off-site, inside, so it doesn't stay outside.
And you could put powder post stuff in the container too, so it stays there in case of this any.
Because
I
he's
think
already
you're doing
ordered
a good job. Well, it's not. I don't see anything to complain about.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. John. Not yet. Well, if you don't mind, I just have a couple of small, relatively minor comments, and then I'll get back to you. Okay. Interestingly, I was through the house, and one thing I didn't notice but I did notice in the photographs, and now I've gone and lost the particular photograph, is that the old lumber has actually been repurposed from another building that predated this building. And the reason that you can tell is because there's all these tenons cut out of an exterior sill. So there wouldn't have been anything connecting into an exterior sill. So that means that that piece of wood was taken from some other place to build this house. So, you know, that's repurposing in action. That was one comment. The second is, if you, to TJ's point, you know, last week when this was under review, a concern that I have, because this has happened in the past, where someone will say, oh, well, we're going to rebuild it exactly the same, and then it winds up that the roof pitch increases from an 8 to a 10, so they get more, you know, headite up in the attic or something. So I had requested, as part of the package that was submitted, a section through the building showing the existing rafters and joists and so forth, and the proposed, and that appears on A205. So there it all is, and having seen the building, I know that that makes sense, so that we have a document in the file that ensures that the building that gets built there will replicate what's there now, right now. Thank you. And John, do you have anything?
Yes, I noticed in the
window schedule?
We've already approved it. Yeah, the window schedule.
Yeah.
That these pajamas, some of them, that's 3/3. But they're not those E windows. These are D. The D here is 6/6.
Can you run the microphone? That's already approved.
No, but I think John is pointing out an inconsistency, I believe, in the drawings.
Somebody opened it to see the demonstration. You know, why the D window, it should be, you understand the one that matches it, and the E that's supposed to be.
That was from an old, that was the older plan, it didn't, we didn't fix it.
Showing in the schedule, yeah.
We didn't fix it.
Yeah, maybe it's not showing in the schedule, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this happens.
When
you cut the roof off, what are you gonna put the shingles on the roof? On the roof, shingles.
Yeah.
No, he wants to know whether they're asphalt or what.
Was it wood or black treated?
Black asphalt.
I don't think it's gonna show on there, Steve, unless I put the old one in there. Kadeem, the old one, the original approval is in there, and it should be on that front page, you'll see it.
Oh, right, because
Yeah,
this is
because
the modification.
it should be on the.
More A black, more A black.
There you are. John, it's gonna be black shingles, black asphalt shingles.
Yeah. My only comment is, there's no pictures of the roof before they started stripping.
Yeah, it's in the file.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't see the biggest
they're right
problem.
in the file.
Because this is the only thing you got, you can't even see any of the roof.
Well, not now, you can't, no.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. There's another shot.
Any more discussion on this, or?
Motion to approve.
Okay, that's a motion to approve as submitted?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Aye. Is that unanimous?
Aye.
I believe so.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's see, so
I'm next.
you're next.
Still there.
I got no.
Okay, so Kadeem, we're now on number 9.
Yep, 14 Woodland Drive.
Yes. Could you give me the board on that?
Yep, the board on that, we have Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, and Oliver.
Very good, thank you.
Hold on, what was that again?
Cole, Coombs,
McLaughlin, Oliver.
We're down to 4.
Was I not on this too, or did I miss the meeting?
We missed
I
one.
don't have anyone from the last
Okay.
week, let's see, give me 1 second.
Yeah, we've had been in here.
I've had the 4 of them for the last 3 meetings. Okay. Welch is on August 20th, besides that.
I was out of town then, okay. Got it.
Here, just so we have a crowd, so just when Terry's reviewing the, our memo thing here, can we go, let's start with the applicants, okay, names for the record, and then we'll go with the neighbors' names for the record, okay?
Linda Williams for Jeff Boone.
Jeff Booms for Jeff Booms.
Did I identify?
Thank you, that was it, right?
Okay. Liam, do you need her to spell her first name?
It would be nice for the record, but that's
Spell your
for.
first name.
H-E-L-E-N-A. Oh, she's gonna
Thank you.
hear it.
Sorry, say that again, please.
H-E-L-E-N-A.
Thank you.
Okay, neighbors.
I'm Patricia Haley, 60 Woodland.
Phil Garufi, 12 Woodland. Okay.
Ready?
Yep, your turn.
Diane had mentioned some concern about where this was gonna be visible from, and I gave you a map where I put the distances down. It's 698 feet to Lover's Lane. There are pictures in that group that I gave you from Lover's Lane. It's 3,487 of a mile to Okra, 404 feet to Skyline, almost 250 feet back from Woodland, down grade about 3 to 4 feet. And Diane, you mentioned all the way over to Dave Kim, and that's 823 feet. So if you look at the pictures, I took a picture from in front of the house. I had to go on the property to take the picture. You cannot see the ridge pole from there because it's down behind the house. And here's the area. So this is Dave Kim over here. This is Skyline. This is Okra way over there, and it's back here. Val, you were concerned about what we'd have to clear in order to build it. It's
Right.
exactly where the tent is. It's already cleared. So we're not clearing anything else back there on anybody's property line, Phil's or Patty's or the one behind, which is way far away. And we've changed some stuff on it. You cannot see any part of this building at all from a publicly traveled way. Closest one would be Woodland. You can't see it because it's down behind the house, which is why I gave you a picture of standing in front of the house, which was 150 some odd feet from the road. And you still couldn't see the ridge pole because it's so down behind it. They changed the front facade. I believe Jurai changed the front facade and reduced the number of windows because there was some concern about the windows facing the street, if you could see it. But we are still arguing or stating that it is not visible from any publicly traveled way. So we made the front of the building a little less fussy, I guess. There were a lot of weird windows in the front, so we took them out. The side is not visible at all from a publicly traveled way, and the subterranean piece isn't visible at all because it's way below the bottom of the house. The house that's in front of it. So, if you have any more questions, bring them on.
Okay, thanks.
We're not getting into the use or anything else.
Okay, we don't talk about use.
Yep.
Well, my question, I don't know if it goes to use, but it started out being called a studio, and it seems now that it's a workshop.
You're correct, it does not go to wall. So, that's more of a zoning issue. Our board is concerned with the exterior architectural features of the building as seen from the public way.
So now, this building is a workshop?
And that's one building department.
So it's a workshop and a one-bedroom on the second floor apartment.
Yeah. And all the stuff outside.
And the studio is gone, that is no longer?
Well, here, the word studio normally in New York is used as a bedroom, apartment. So the word studio isn't really.
Right, but that's not a studio
correct.
here.
No, so it's a one-bedroom apartment.
And the subterranean area
Access to the
is,
shop in the basement also. Yeah, this way you can get stuff up and down. You only go this way once, and then that's the
so I guess my concern is still the size of the building for a workshop and studio.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, you know, I don't know if there's anything you can really do here. I would like to see the deck that across from me, the second floor, disappear, if nothing else. The final usage is really what I'm worried about, not the windows or anything like that. You know, there's nothing you guys can do as far as taking pity on the neighbors, but, you know, this guy's he basically, my feeling is it's an assault on neighbors next to him. He's done that for the 5 years he's been in. You know, we built a house. We were stupid enough. This is how stupid we were. We brought into a residential neighborhood, and we built a house and lived in it like a residence. Our family lived there. That was it. We didn't think that, you know what, we can park cars in the garage and make lots of dough off this place. We can suck every cent out of this piece of property. We went in there to build a house and live there as a family. That was it.
Well, okay.
And I know you can't do anything about that.
It's correct. So we have nothing to do with zoning, and the reality out here is that zoning does change, and I really don't know what the zoning situation is out there. I'm just going to give you an example. I built my office on Old South Road on what I purchased as a residential piece of property. Remember RC zoning, residential commercial? Okay, well, they're doing away with it. So I hadn't even started framing, and they told me, oh, by the way, you can never live in this building. And my intention was to have it as an office until I retired and then live in it. And they said, well, it's great for you to have the office, but you can't live in it because we changed the zoning on you. And so that's where I am, and these things happen, and all I can say is you just have to be vigilant. So if you do have any, zoning related issues, you got to talk to the guys down at the planning board, and they'll tell you. So, I'm sorry that as neighbors, it's more than you want, but our charter, I'll state this again, is visibility of any structure as seen from the public way.
A traveled way.
Publicly traveled way, yes.
Can I correct one thing though?
If it relates to zoning, no.
No, it doesn't relate to zoning. It relates to Phil's concern about that deck. Phil's house is farther forward than where this is going to be located.
I don't want this to be a tit for tat.
No, I'm just saying that the deck is not visible from Woodland, but it's farther back from Phil's house, so the deck isn't actually overlooking Phil's
Are you
house.
trying to assuage Phil?
Yeah, I'm just making him feel more comfortable about it.
Again, I would agree with Linda if it was anybody else.
All right, well, no, we don't want to get into character assassination here either. So let's just hear what the board has to say, okay? Okay? Thank you. All right, we have, who's my first victim
I think it's the
tonight?
other side of the table.
We have Diane, we have John. You're exactly right, the other side of the table. Diane.
I think following the persnickety rules of the HDC, the building can't be seen, and at this moment, there's nothing to say what's going to get built back in the wacky land that's surrounded in the back.
Right.
However, this piece, Woodland Drive was a residential street. I don't know, because I don't live there, when it was changed from a residence to resident commercial.
No, it's residential.
There is no RC. Well,
There's no
they're
RC there.
doing away with RC, so it's not that, but it's something like that.
Right, so this is the only commercial construction on Woodland itself. There's a lot of stuff going on around. There is a house there that's been there since I was their mailman a long time ago, that Mr. Guacki put there, and it sits on, well, it used to sit on, is, who knows whether it's still there
It's down
or
now.
not. But it's one of some of the strongest residential streets. And if they could lower it down so that it was down where you couldn't see the second floor so carefully and weren't aware from a public road the size of it, it would probably go a long way to answer the residents' feeling about it. Because part of what the HDC is supposed to keep stuff in keeping with the streetscape and the surrounding area. And that's what I would like to see happen, is if you could drop it down so that it wasn't so prevalent. And I don't know what the rules are right now on zoning and resident construction and commercial construction on the street.
Yeah, well, you actually don't need to know, because what we're here to do is not to
I know,
render
not to
opinions
make a
based on
choice.
zoning, but on the aesthetics.
That's why I say
appropriateness, yeah.
aesthetics to me is if they could just lower it so it didn't stand up so tall.
Thank you. How about you, Val, Oliver?
Come back to me, because I'm writing a note.
Okay, how about you, John?
Comment?
Your turn.
Okay, I have a comment. In fact, to bring up that years back, the town council was asked for a rule of differences of a public way or a travel way. And he said it's written in the law that it says public way, comma, travel way, comma. So a travel way can come under our jurisdiction. We have done that for years.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes,
We've done it.
correct.
So all these dimensions of what it can be seen, well, the travel way getting from the public way down the driveway, that is a travel way.
No, John. A traveled way is a little different from a driveway. Driveway is private property. A good example of a traveled way would be, if you know Pout Pond Road that goes through the NHA property. That's a publicly traveled way.
Right.
That's the word.
Right? So, but somebody's private drive is not a publicly traveled way. Or a traveled way. Traveled by the public as opposed to the people that own it.
The law doesn't say that, and the town council reiterated on that when they made it. This is 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
As we could get clarification on that, but
right.
we have never taken that. That would mean that if somebody had a 2-mile drive that went into their property, that you're allowed to drive into the property to see their house, which is we have never ever enforced. Because then you're on private property. You're not supposed to be on private property.
Town council didn't say that.
Yes, it did.
You did. I'm just making a point,
Okay,
you know.
all right. But so do you have any?
Okay.
Okay. So do you have comments on the design?
On the design, I have one. Usually, looking on A201, top right, east elevation. Usually, when you have stairs coming down from the second floor, right, they keep it close to the building. And in this case here, just if you move it over next to the building, there's a stairwell going down. But also, if you look up the next one down, the south elevation, the stairs could be put on the other side of the deck and wrapped around, come right straight down. So again, that fits with this.
I actually have what I think is a simple solution to that. If you just flip the stair that went down with the stair that went up, then you would satisfy John's requirement.
There's windows there. But it's not visible from the road. That's where my problem is.
I think we're making comments, right?
Yeah, we are making comments. So, all right, thank you, John.
I'm going to go by what I consider traveled way definition.
Got it.
And that's
Okay, so do you have any other comments?
You're good. Val Oliver.
So, with regard to the visibility, yes, we can't see it now. I, though, am always hesitant to say that will stay the way it is. We've been burned a lot of times on that. Oh, you'll never see it, and then it's clear cut. So, I would like to see, in the event it's ever seen, the stairs. I had the same idea as John, move to the back, and I think actually you could cut a deck into that one-story mass and have the stairs come off of that, eliminating the second floor stairs, and then leave the first floor or basement stairs where they are, because you won't see those.
Right.
I think that the windows are slated to be white, but maybe another color that's more subdued to go with the natural to leather trim would be better, because then it will not sort of outline each little window and door. And then I would say, I would make the caveat moving this forward that visibility is limited now, but it must be screened at time of inspection and thereafter.
Okay. Thank you.
Can we respond to this?
No?
You can respond after I finish. Just for a second. You know, if it's all natural trim, I agree with Val that if the white's going to really sort of stand out with all those apertures of the windows. So I'd be in favor of something, you know, more in the gray tones. You know, I don't remember the discussion about those two windows on the front being the east elevation. I actually prefer it with the windows. I don't want to further complicate things for you, but just so you know.
It looks more like a barn.
I'm okay with it. The height, basically everything, everything else the way it is. What did I want to say?
Visibility.
Well, no, I am convinced that the visibility is limited to none. But I don't believe I represent the majority on that. So there you have it. You want to respond to any of that?
Yeah, I mean, changing the colors, whatever. I mean, it was only done that way because the house.
Well, actually,
the house
You're gonna rip the
you
house
know
down
it's
and do a big house,
deal.
is what he had shown us.
Changing from
That's
white to
not
gray is a
before
big
you,
deal.
that's not on the table, right now it's white, but if you wanna go to gray, that's fine. I mean, nobody cares if it goes to gray or natural weather, that's fine.
I
It can
have
go
no
to,
intention of ripping my house down, I can't afford that. We talked about adding it.
The house that you showed us was substantially larger than the house you have now, and I'm just
There's
thinking,
gonna be an
that
addition on
has
the back.
very few windows, this is gonna have a lot, you could match that later to this.
well,
That's with regard to the color.
The color.
yeah,
That's
that's
all.
fine, we don't care
All
about
right,
that.
well, let's not talk about the size
Care
of the
about
other
the
house because it's not on the table.
The height is
Okay.
26 and change,
Understood.
and it's down,
27.
Well, call it 27.
yeah, and it's down 3 feet below grade, and the pictures clearly show that. It's down in the hollow in the back where you guys approved a much longer, let's say, hoop barn, which is nobody's idea of a great time. That's going
Those are usually
away.
temporary though.
No, I have come with clients where they're there forever.
Linda has the mic right now, so
And the dimensions on this structure are smaller than my house.
well, your house is huge.
Yes, it's 44 feet long. This is 36.8 ridge length. The height is 26 and change, yeah, 27
Just
for all
call
intents
it
and purposes.
27, please.
Yeah, call it 27. The width is, not even as wide. How wide is this thing? Jerai? It doesn't have it on here. The width, this direction. This direction.
26 and,
We have a scale,
26 and a half.
26 and a half wide.
26 and a half, yeah.
We keep hearing how
20,
this is
hang
so.
on, hold on. 26 wide, 36 long,
25.
which is no bigger than a cake. And because it's 3 feet below the street level in the back, that even drops the height down. That's why I stood right in front of the house, on the property, by the way, which you're not allowed to go on. I could because I know the owner. I went on the property, took a picture of the house. The addition he had planned for the house is in the rear, by the way. and you cannot still see the height poles. Now, we can't account for what happens on either side of us or on the back, but he has no intention of cutting down the screening in front of his house. But if he did cut down the screening in front, I was standing on the property, 100 feet into the property, and I still could not see the ridge poles. So the deck isn't visible, where the stairs aren't visible, whether we have the windows that Ray likes or not have the windows that Ray likes, not visible. Everything goes to not white, I get it, and that makes a lot more sense on this structure. I don't get it. The visibility from the street is nil, as Ray said.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go around the board. John had a concern with the stairway, moving the stairway.
Hold on.
I'm kind of reiterating where we are, okay? John had a concern about the stairway on the side, changing that around so that it was against the building. I believe Val shared that concern, maybe getting the exterior stair to go in a different location. Diane had an issue with the height, the mass. Val had an additional issue about we're looking at it with a certain type of vegetation. What if that vegetation goes away? What assurances do we have? And I think it's going down a slippery slope if we do the same caveat that we attach to pools, for example, where we say, not visible at the time of inspection and thereafter, because if the peak of his building is showing up through the vegetation, he's got a bit of a problem.
Peak is okay.
Well, but how do you, how much of the second floor is allowed to be visible?
Yeah,
it's kind of difficult.
Do you know why I have a problem with this? Because we were told on a certain subdivision that's very large, we even painstakingly said, we're going to make you share driveways because we want to keep the streetscape with the vegetation, and the vegetation is. And what do you do after the fact?
Well, we're not here because of that subdivision. I know what you're talking about, and I get the point on that one. But we're not here for that. We're here for a structure that is 3 feet below the other one, which only makes it about 24 feet.
That never has been proven to us.
Look at the pictures, Val.
How can you tell from pictures? Because there's no topo lines or anything.
I believe they're in the other earlier submission. We
I've
gave
seen,
the topo lines.
It might not be part of that package, but I've seen topo on this property.
Yes, we brought it in a long time ago. Yeah. This is like the 4th or 5th time.
Well,
it's not visible from the street. And I'm just.
Sorry, Diane, what were you going to say?
I was going to ask a question. In your site locus map, you have the property outlined in blue.
Which one are you on, Diane?
The locus map on the front page.
On the front, yeah. Look to the left, the lines are there.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking you what, I can't figure out memory, what that house is.
Which one?
There's a shed at the back of Glowaki's old property.
Yeah, they still have a few sheds scattered around in there.
That's Glowaki's property?
Yeah, but I took pictures of Glowaki's property from Skyline, Diane, and it's 0.34 miles away from Skyline. So there's a lot of stuff between us and there.
I want to wrap this up. So you know what the concerns of the board are. You've rebutted. And I think now...
I don't know what to do next.
Well...
I mean, it's not visible. What am I supposed to do?
As the former chairman of the HUC, you know that you need three positive
I know,
votes,
and
okay?
I don't know, we don't want to appeal that.
But no, you know what the concerns of the various members are, so...
The trim color is great, we'll change it, that should be not white.
That's good, certainly satisfied me.
What, John? A way to make sure this is the way we'll probably make a motion, one way or the other.
Yeah.
But if we make a motion, can the motion be to with 3 or 4 different comments?
We do.
And
That's
maybe we
the
should
problem.
hold this for revision instead 1 week.
Try one more time.
I'm open. I'd like to see them.
We're having trouble because it's not visible.
I would focus on exterior.
Stairs? We'll change the color, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, we go right.
And he will win. I don't wanna do
let's
that.
Let's not go there yet. No reason to go there.
I don't wanna do
Okay,
that.
so can we just have a
But
motion
that's
to hold this for some revisions, some findings?
Can I say something?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
It feels like a
Wait, hold on. No ad hominem stuff right now, okay?
We have done multiple changes. We've
We
lowered the
understand,
structure.
we understand.
The stairs make complete sense with no visibility. The idea is to use the basement for storage for the garage. If we take the stairs and we stick them on the other side, it goes from the shop to the basement. It's a 45-foot. It just totally defeats the purpose of having storage down there.
We're not talking about the basement stairs, we're talking about the second floor stairs.
We don't
That's the
care about the
residential
basement
stair, and you would
stairs.
come from the front of the building, not the back of the building for the
I
residential.
actually don't care about any of the stairs, but certain
you don't care
members
about the
care about the stair from the exterior stair from the first floor to the second.
If you're not visible, I'm having trouble with it.
You do.
It's way behind your house.
So, listen,
She hasn't.
So if we change the stairs, can this be approved and can we move on?
You know, I can't answer that question. I wish I could. I really do. But it's all a question of whether what you need is a majority of the board members to vote in favor of the project. That's what you need.
Can we come back next week instead of this 4 or 5 months that's going on here? Can we come back on new business? If we get them in
I make a
tomorrow?
motion to allow this application to come on
There you
next
go.
Tuesday under new business.
Okay, that's a good motion. And you got revisions rolled in there too, right, Diane? So revision, motion for minor revisions plus for it to come back up at the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Break through the mud by this.
And then
That's,
No,
I know, but it's not.
There's a
part of the
restraining
record.
order against him to go in my house. I have guests in my house for 2 weeks.
Hey.
And they wonder why a strange man keeps looking out of the window at her for 2
Come on
weeks.
now.
And he wonders why somebody has moved into the house.
All right, shelter 7 is
You have a
up.
niece here for 2 weeks, and you can honestly stare.
All right,
Yes,
enough,
last
guys.
time you were
End
here-
of the meeting.
Enough,
Maybe you
guys.
guys should go through different exits or something.
Because the next thing's gonna happen is an attorney's gonna get called. They gotta both stop it. Both stop it. You have no
Hey,
idea
hey
what's
guys,
going on out there.
guys, hey, I don't want to reject you all, so leave.
Should we go get a police officer?
I think we might have to. Thank you. All right.
Where are we now? Am I at 2 Chestnut?
2 Chestnut, demo garage.
Yeah, well, you have no
What do
idea
you
what's
want?
happening. I'm not gonna go down that driveway. I'm not doing that. I'm going right to the
Okay.
nuts.
What do we got? Okay, so what's my board on this
We
one?
have a board somewhere.
Yeah, you may want to leave a little space between you guys.
It's been hell out there. You have no idea what's going on.
It's nice we're in a police station.
Yeah.
Who's the board?
Help is right. Yeah, who is the board?
Alright, so the board on this is Pole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Watterson.
The other side of the
McLaughlin, Camp,
And Watterson.
Okay.
Okay. Pole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Watterson. Okay.
I think we proved that the garage
Oh,
is
yeah,
not
yeah.
historic. It was long after. We're done for cars, not horses. We have taken the garage doors and reproduced the pattern of the panels and the under panels on the front of the building now.
Can I suggest something?
Yes.
It was being held.
You know, can we take these out of order? Just these two?
Yeah, sure.
Because my recollection is that once the board saw the proposal for the new design that was going to replace where the garage was going,
Yep.
that, you know, we were kind of generally satisfied as a nice Greek revival. We had a few things to say about it. And I think that if we clear that hurdle, then we're sort of okay with this.
Well, that's
Okay,
what's
so-
in front of us.
Yeah, isn't that why we're?
No,
I think that's what you got up first,
I
right?
signed it up that way on
No, it
purpose,
says
no?
demo
I know, but
first.
the
Oh.
plans, you
Yeah,
have the
but
plans
the
in front
plans
of you.
you have in front of you is the new.
For the
Oh, I'm
proposal.
sorry.
Point
Okay.
of order,
Yes, sir.
too many people talking I can't hear, okay?
Okay.
I'd like a little more respect out of the public as well as the board. Speak a little
Well,
louder.
it's actually the
Thank
board
you.
in this case,
Yeah.
but thank you,
Yeah.
John. All right, so
All right.
we are actually
You ready?
we're reviewing the design for the new building. Okay?
Yep.
Thank you. Go.
We, somebody suggested, maybe Abby or TJ, we, took that heavy thing off and we put the little returns in, because it looks much better actually now.
This.
Yeah.
Hmm.
May I go through them, the changes?
Everybody got what they want here.
I just figured I'd start with the broad strokes of
That was the front.
the front, right?
Okay.
The overall building has been reduced in length.
Overall.
Width overall, and height overall. So those are all brought in
By what
incrementally.
margin?
By a foot overall, maybe.
In
width,
length?
In length.
Okay.
6 inches in width, and that brings the ridge down to whatever it's listed as.
Okay.
2810.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was it before?
29, almost 30.
29.6 before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, then we reduced the size of the dormers. We dropped the dormers off the ridge, and then we also reduced the gable end window. That's an egress window, so we reduced it to the smallest egress we could fit there. We did remove the pediment going across with added returns. We increased the size of the lower trim and reduced the size of the upper trim as suggested, I think. And I feel like the building's not before it's a little top heavy, now it
looks more like the
it
Vincent
feels more
building.
grounded. So, and then that's about it. Really.
Yep. And we moved the, reduced the size of the dormers, moved them back a little bit.
And the dormers are a little further from the street. Because they're smaller, they're just further from the street.
And then when you're looking up at the angle from the street, you won't see the dormers on one side at all. The other side gets further back.
Because they've been pushed back.
There is a 3D street view on the last page that shows a couple different street views from point of view of being 5'10". So, you know.
Some of us are not.
In fairness to you, I mean, you're not showing the building that's right next door.
The big tall one?
The last page has a picture of the Roberts house.
And in the file, there's a bunch of pictures of the Roberts house.
Is it the last page?
No.
The page before, maybe?
No.
The picture's in the file if you want.
No, but just to be clear,
A103.
There's a building sitting right
Here, I'll give you, yeah.
A103.
I thought I included that. I kind of scaled this photograph next to the building.
Oh, I see. It's not a perspective.
No, I didn't include
And
that
that
one.
building is 35 feet tall
All right.
and much higher of an elevation.
I scaled the photograph with the drawing.
Is the, on the Hawthorne building, are the, side, staircases removed?
In this drawing, yes. Yeah.
The porch is removed, Abby, and that back stair's getting constructed towards the back again.
That was approved, and that's how it's shown as the approved version.
Okay. Thank you. Comments from the board?
The windows that are used on the north elevation, is that so that anything can go in there, or is it because if it was going to stay a house or become a house again, then the windows, would they change back to being 6/6s? Or would they stay?
I would imagine.
I would imagine so. The ones up on center and the other ones that are around it that have all the plates, they used to have, we've approved a lot of them, they used to have the regular 6/6s, and then we approved the plates because they went to commercial. So I expect they'd go back, nobody wants that kind of view into their living room. So it looks like it was adapted for use.
I don't know, it's a very cute building. And it's only 19 feet wide. My only care is that I fight and other things to try and keep the garages around because they're such a part of the downtown history as a group. But I think that the building is, and you changed things, reduced. I don't know whether you could still reduce the dormers down anymore. I think they would be more pulling the building together if you take some of the cheek off the sides of the third floor for the dormers. And that's That's all I would find making it look smaller up in the third floor.
Thank you, Diane. How about you, Abby? You ready?
Well, I'm trying to find something wrong with this.
Then don't type anymore.
Because I wasn't in favor of getting rid of the garage, so I'm trying to pick at this. The only thing I can come up with is that the B window in the third floor. I just think I still think it's, I know you need egress.
We can't get it out of the dormer, so.
And it couldn't be a decorative sort of Greek revival half.
No.
Because I think it's overpowering it a little bit for me. But
one thing Jason has said is that if we wanted to do that, then in order to make the egress from the side, we would have to raise the dormer back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a way to accomplish that.
Right.
But
well,
if you look at the pictures,
picture on the dormer, so you get a bigger window.
you can get too flat.
It's a 4 now.
Yeah, you get good rate.
No, but there's I think your larger issue is the height of the sill above the, oh no, that wouldn't change.
I'm saying. And Abby, if you look at the pictures we put in last week of every single building down there within 4 blocks of this, they all have larger dormer gable windows. They match the second floor. It just gives a big, they're tall buildings.
I think Abby's looking for something a little bit more Greek revival, which would be sort of a
half round, but
I like
that
it.
wouldn't work. We'd like a half round,
But the dormer would have to then
bigger.
increase to accommodate the egress.
We looked at the bookstore. The bookstore is gorgeous,
Right.
and I think this is going to echo that.
You gotta remind me, what's the gable end window there?
They have
Half round.
Oh,
But they've
yeah,
got bigger
yeah.
dormers on the side,
Right.
because they've got an apartment. up
Okay,
there.
so just to keep it moving along, that's what you would like to see, Abby?
yes, please.
All right, we've heard from Diane. TJ?
Well, I appreciate the changes. I think the building's going to be gorgeous. I can't wait to wander in for a drink.
And it's handicap accessible.
I do have some minutia I'd like to go over. I really like how you've done the returns and got rid of the lower pediment. But I think the return should be symmetrical on the corner board. You're shooting past it a few inches.
Okay.
And there's two ways you could do that. You could slide it over to meet the 1x6 corner board, or you could beef the corner board up. But if you beef the corner board up, you would have to carry it all the way down. And you'd have to squeeze your fenestration on the first floor by like an inch per window. And I would add to that if your post is a 6x6 wrapped post, you're going to have an 8-inch post.
Correct.
Maybe you follow that up with an 8-inch corner board on the front.
Gotcha.
And then your returns are going to be A-OK symmetrical on your corner board, if you read me.
Makes sense.
And it does extend past it.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think those returns are going to look like a column capital, symmetrical,
Yes.
And otherwise, I think it's a really cute thing, and I'm wondering what the colors are that you have proposed.
Yeah.
Quaker gray on all the sash.
Could I ask one more question?
Just one second. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Gray on the sash.
Gray sash.
We're going to get clarification.
There's no colors on the application.
Oh.
What?
Is
that for the demo?
That's a demo.
Oh, no,
That's a demo.
hang on. Okay, this door says black sash, Quaker gray trim.
Yeah.
So if we put the pieces.
Yeah, sash Quaker gray, trim Quaker gray, sidewall natural to weather, roof something black.
Moray black.
More black. There we
Right.
go. And then doors black.
Doors black, and then we have sort of a.
Sash is black. Sash is gray.
We just turned somebody down.
Offer pictures.
Oh, I had one other thing, if I could.
I want to get closure on this color thing.
Yeah.
So you are doing the shiplap boards on the front,
Yes.
so we'll need
Yes.
a color on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Did that answer your question? Well, that's still a question.
Okay.
All right. What color that would, because we understand the rest is quicker.
No, I don't.
Diane, I'm sorry, what did you want to ask?
Two things.
Yes.
The C windows are chiclets.
Oh, well, guess what?
Where's that?
If we,
Oh,
the
yeah.
C windows are the windows that are going in the dormers
Yeah.
on the third floor.
Right.
And if we pursue the idea that Abby put on the table of doing a more decorative window in the pediment,
The front.
which won't meet egress, then they're gonna raise up the dormers so that they can get taller windows in there that meet egress, so the C windows will no longer be chiclets.
Okay, cause you can drop the sill of the windows down, I don't know how you're gonna raise them up and.
Well, they have to raise the whole roof pitch up a little, I don't know.
Raise the roof pitch up, we could push the face of the dormer out, increase the side of the cheek.
There you go.
And but I've already dropped those windows to 6.6, that we gave one to 6.8, but I can play with it, so
Yeah.
it looks.
And the other thing is, we, over the course of downtown restoration and stuff, have not used black as a trim, and I would prefer to see you use another color than black, a lighter gray, dove gray, something. Black, it's fitting in with a bunch of old buildings. Black trim is really not.
Oh, it's not black trim, it was only black doors.
Well,
It's gray
no,
trim.
black is not.
She's just read this.
Yeah, I think
But, so
black.
you're clear that it's, the black is on the doors?
Yeah,
Okay,
What about barn red?
that would be wonderful.
there you go.
That's all over downtown.
All-
Company that called
Is that
me.
it, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, John?
Yep, just the doors. Quaker gray sash, Quaker gray trim.
These little boxes underneath the windows here, that's Quaker gray too, right? Yeah, okay. There you go. John?
Yes. Thank you.
What you looking for, John? This is 101, yeah. 101 has the front of the building. Yeah, you're looking at it, that's it. Good? Okay.
Can we do that through staff?
I think it's too busy with 1, 2.
Well, that's what the doors are, Abby. That's exactly
There's
what
a
the
picture
doors
up
are.
there.
Oh, they were
Pictures up there.
copying the doors.
We're talking,
Oh.
because that's what you asked us to do, is copy the doors.
I can
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think
To make
that, I just think that if the insert is the
Match the
same as the
window.
window,
Okay.
then it's not as busy and it's
I'm-
gonna read
I'm
more
fine with
like.
Well, that's what I had drawn, but that's,
I'm in favor
you
of
guys
that.
wanted the door to
Okay.
be replicated.
Yeah, that's,
so-
yeah.
Good, good,
Okay,
good.
so
Okay.
so the panel matches the window.
All right, so I think we need just a motion for.
Got it, one more,
Oh.
TJ, just-
One more small thing, and it's, leave it to your discretion, but your entablature lower one, you made it beefier and I really like it. I think that could even become like 4 inches taller, the lower board of it.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah, some of that space below the window.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can we come back next week also?
Boy, Linda, you really push it.
Because we've been around for a while. I mean,
All
we
right,
get
well,
that-
let's see
We wanna see
if
the
somebody
revisions.
makes a motion to that effect.
Motion to hold for revisions till
And then
next
come back
Tuesday?
next week. Yep.
Yeah,
Beginning
and
next-
to be heard next Tuesday.
Very good. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Yeah, the old business,
Aye.
that's
Aye.
new business, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's see. Oh, wait now.
Wait, oh, the
okay.
demo. Can we get the demo
Yeah,
now?
so are you guys now comfortable that we are this close on approving the infill building to
Linda,
approve the demo?
Motion
you do realize you just had the demo, and the next one is the new building.
No, they
No,
just
no,
did it
we-
the other way
we-
around.
But you looked at it, okay.
No, they didn't. They just looked at the new building.
But
Motion.
we don't even need to see the drawings. We know the building, so.
They reversed them.
So, I believe Abby was about to make a motion.
Yes, motion, what number is it? Motion to
It's number
demo the, number 10,
Well,
demo garage
at
to
2
Chestnut.
Chestnut. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, very good. There you go. You have one more at Shelter 7.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I didn't
Ray,
sign
sorry,
that
this,
up.
I need this for clarification. So what you did was you looked at 11 first, the new building, you're doing revisions on that, and that's going back next Tuesday.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
And then we approved the demo of item 10, the one that preceded. And so, sorry, were you about to say, what were you about to
He
tell me?
wasn't ready to come back.
Well, I haven't provided any revisions for the next,
Yeah, we don't have any revisions.
Hollister?
Wasn't
we're
supposed to
so
be.
I don't know
So
why
we're
it
holding
was,
that.
I didn't sign up, so.
Oh,
I,
is it
unless you
5
have more,
Hollister?
more
It's
comment.
typically done as a courtesy, just
Thank
wishing
you.
you you're coming
Thank
back.
you very
So
much.
if you have nothing, then we can go ahead and
All right,
submit.
let's
Okay.
cross it off the list.
We will provide revisions.
Do we need to even make a motion on that? I'm not sure that we do. We just take no action.
not supposed to be there, so.
Okay. Take no action.
On
So
what?
John, strike number 12, because he hasn't done any revisions for that. So we're not even gonna review that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, 11 East Street.
I don't think Joe's here.
Do I have, can I get these from you, Jesse?
I have pictures.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a little cold, so.
Oh, stay away.
Stay away from me. I'm representing Joe this evening.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Gosh, has this been heard yet?
Yeah,
This has been heard once before.
Oh, it has
a
been?
couple of times with Joe, I think.
We passed
We
the
asked him to
architecture,
change the
but,
roof color.
but now it's.
So on this, we have Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Kemp, and Waterston.
Oh, I'm not on it?
I do not have you on it, though.
I don't remember being on it.
9 to 10, I don't know if you guys have seen that already.
I'm gonna pass around some pictures then.
No one else? Good.
Oh my gosh.
Ray, did you get to try one of those Polish treats? No.
You should.
They're downright funny. Really come from Poland? Never could. Yeah.
They did until they got eaten to death.
Well, they got marked up.
Oh, yeah. That would do my grandmother proud.
Oh, there's a lot of us at the table.
A lot of Polacks here.
Everybody comes from Poland.
Are you on it?
No. Oh, all right.
Everyone comes from.
Brace yourselves, everyone. Nantucket advisory. Recommend view. I don't know about you guys, but I viewed it.
I have pictures too.
Does not meet guidelines, not appropriate. North elevation, is everyone listening?
John hasn't.
North elevation, they should not be on north at all. I'll have to ask why you're putting solar panels on the north elevation anyway.
I really hate doing it too.
They should not be on north at all. Make dormers even more inappropriate, facing water than already are. I don't know what that means. East elevation, no concern. The Y on east at all, it is appropriately scaled to roof. West elevation. There are 3 on the west, do not show on the I guess Joe didn't draw them on the elevations.
Right.
They said it's a bad precedent. Something like on the guest house. Overall, too many, all over. HCC has never approved this scheme. Should be reduced, ground mounted. What color is roof? Particularly when there are so many of them, meaning panels, of course. There are 4 surrounding buildings entirely inappropriate and completely visible from water and 3 roads. Okay? There's that.
What are the cardinal points? Is that right? Does this mean north?
Yeah,
that's north.
That is north. That's the water.
Abby, there's pictures coming around.
Okay, great. Thank you. Went out on the water?
Oh, you know what, Abby?
No.
It's
Yeah. It's confusing.
it's like it's the opposite
Yeah,
of
so this is the water.
The water is down at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. Blue marker.
Okay. What do you want to?
I'll see those after you,
Tell us
John.
anything? Show us anything?
I would love to kind of explain. So we started off with this. I think this is the 3rd time we've been before you. So we had, first off, just to kind of refresh everybody's, or just so we're all on the same page. If you're looking at this, the water is where the green is. That's the north side. So looking from here is the street view. So originally when we came before you, we proposed putting it on this garage here and this other garage on the south elevations. You requested, you wanted us to remove that because those were very visible, so we moved those back. Then last time we came through, we propose putting it on these two north elevations, because we kind of lost our two best southern elevations for solar for this project. So then we heard back that you guys didn't want to see them from the water. So then we removed those two norths. The only north elevation you see here is on this little addition, and you
Right.
can't see it from the water. It's like
Because it's behind the other
it's
mass.
behind this large mass here. So as far as things you're concerned about, we have, I'm not exactly sure what else from that list you're concerned about. We're really trying to make this work, and we understand we really don't want to see it, and so we're trying to eliminate as much as possible.
I'm going to give you a little piece of advice.
Thank you.
So
again, I'm sneezing.
When Nantucket Advisory meets, it's an open meeting, and you're free to go and attend the meeting. And the benefit of that is sometimes an applicant is able to dispel things, misconceptions, so that they never make it onto the sheet. So there you go.
Thank
you. Anything else that you want to say? You.
Me?
You're finished?
I think
Then I'll go around.
I think that's it.
Okay.
So
very good.
Or lastly, I'll just say there's no space for a ground array. Otherwise, we'd love to do a ground array.
I think we all assume that.
It's from over
And
here.
it's a wood roof, right?
Yeah.
It already has a wood roof. Okay. Yeah.
The wood roof.
Got it.
Could I ask him how many panels there are that he's applying for? The first time they came, there was 60.
60?
Yep.
Oh, there's a lot less than that now.
12, 30,
18
plus 12.
Yeah, we're at 42 now.
Oh, but that's a lot less.
Yeah. And just for like reference, like a house this size, you're probably looking at more like 80 panels to cover like the full. Yeah.
Well,
but obviously we're not going to get that.
My main concern is it's on a wood roof that we have said the roof has to be flat. I think at the moment we haven't come up with any, we have not been able to come up with a program yet that's designed for the solar panels, and I think 42, I would like to see how much electricity is generated by 42, what they were thinking, how much electricity would be generated on the north side of a building. I would like to see what it's generating and how much the building uses, so we know whether 42 is not enough or too much.
It's already been stated. So 42 is not going to provide all the draw for this house.
Be about half.
Yeah. The other thing about that, my kids have solar panels on, depends on the weather.
Yeah.
If you get cloudy days, you get nothing, and if you get a nice week of sunny weather, the thing's going crazy. So it sounds like your main concern is about the panels on a wood roof.
Yes, panels used on the wood roof that we have specifically said no to.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you, Diane. TJ, I believe you're on this.
Yeah. Natural roofs, typically we do not approve them like everybody's saying. However, I do feel that most of these panels aren't going to be an issue in terms of visibility, and I think basically, I think the south-facing panels on the dormer are too visible on the south-facing, because this is north going down, if I'm not mistaken. So the East Street side dormers with the panels, I'd like to see them go. I believe I'd be okay with all the other panels, as I don't think they're going to be. I think there's going to be pretty limited, if any, visibility on those. So.
Thank you. Babby, you're on this.
Yeah, I'm confused about the far right as you're looking back from the water on how does this relate to the architecture? I guess this is this little, could you just come around and tell me?
Can I tell you one thing about that, Abby? So, that's the guest house.
Right, and is this the connector right there? Is that what, is that?
I don't believe
Because
the guest
I
house
don't-
is here yet. I'm having a difficult time
That is the guest house on the right.
That is the.
This
Yeah.
is?
Okay.
No,
Oh,
it's
I'm
not.
sorry.
This
You mean is
not.
it framed?
The guest house is not built yet.
I see.
It's gonna go right there.
Okay.
All right, so
This is that.
So Tobias, could you come over and show me where, but don't breathe.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
the guest house hasn't been.
and this is the guest house right here?
Yeah, so those
All right,
those
so we
panels are
can't
not
even
actually under review
Well, okay, so that's,
until the next application.
okay. So,
Well, we put them on just. I hope
Yeah.
you understand.
all right. Well, I agree with TJ about the ones on the roadside that are on these two. I think are going to be too, visible.
Okay.
The other ones, the ones on the side, I think they're going to be obscured from view. So I'm not so concerned about the ones on the right and the left.
Okay. All understood. Just wanted to try to get some on the south side of the building. I hope you understand.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just,
Here. This one.
It's right here. I'm not gonna say that.
There's a little shading from here.
Maybe a little bit.
Because this building's taller.
Okay, John.
It's not on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Goodman, you stated
It almost might as well.
that this one would not be seen.
Yes, the north one. So if you're looking from the water, this main mass here, Mr. McLaughlin, it blocks the view.
Wait a minute, now, hold it right there. This is right here, right?
Yep. Yep.
This, you see it from the top, from the water.
Well, John, the thing that you can't really tell from that drawing is that piece underneath it is way in front of it. So you can't really see over that piece to see the solar panel behind it. Yeah.
Why can't you see over that building?
Because you need to be 40 feet high.
Look at the photo.
Is that what the pictures show?
Here, let's see.
Okay.
And again, I didn't go out on the water, so so John, I don't think you can, you can't even see it here.
Hey, can I, Tobias?
No, I didn't draw any of this.
Hey, these were taken with a drone.
No,
I didn't take
That was
any of these
taken
pictures.
from ground level.
it's somebody who's a neighbor.
And none of these pictures that's not
And
taken
that
from
is
ground
Little
level.
Neck Way, which is walking
That's
down
from a
by the
neighbor's
water.
porch, from a neighbor's lawn. That's
But
not.
it's not taken from grade is my point. I mean, that's kind of not helping.
maybe it's from their second story window.
Yeah, it's from their second story window.
And we're never gonna be standing in their second story window. And I think the same thing is true of that. That's not taken from eye level.
They'll be looking out their window.
All right, so John,
Wood
hold on.
roof.
Hey, okay, so John, your concern was about
Open up
that
the
one that Tobias is saying isn't visible from the water. Is that correct?
As well as the land on this side.
Well, no, that's impossible because it's on the other side of the roof. It's on the water side of the roof, not the land side.
Maybe I can misunderstood.
Maybe
If
I
I'm
am.
standing here,
Yeah,
I look over there.
yeah.
And there's one there, you can see it. You took a picture of it, didn't you?
Yeah, they're dumbing us
Well,
down
I
on
didn't.
that.
It's all in black. So it tells you it's gonna be solar. What can you say? Got enough solar as it is.
Okay, item number 2.
I don't.
You should take your own pictures.
Right, well, I
Don't rely on the neighbor's pictures.
I didn't, I figured you guys had seen this property so many times and you were.
I did.
There were also letters from neighbors, but those have fallen by the wayside.
All right.
All right, 1, 2, 3 people talking.
No.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No, go ahead, John.
All right.
So I'm more than happy to move the north one
Looking
strong.
at the photo, you can see it from here. There's the roof. Okay? There it is. All right. Take that, put it over there for one. But this one is this one. You got quite a few there.
I'm more than happy to remove it, John. If it upsets you, next night. I don't like putting it on the north side. We're just trying to get something in. So, totally understand that.
This is the second one, I believe, that we're approving, Manning, which has
At
no
least.
regulation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to remove it, John.
Right, I
So,
didn't realize this was
I'm taking the, you know,
Okay.
you throw the power,
Okay.
some of this solar.
So we have a special guest appearance tonight from Nantucket
They're
Advisory.
rumored to be in.
All right.
Rumors.
Yeah.
This is
Rumored to
earlier.
I know.
be former chairman of the agency. Okay, so what does the former chair have to say?
We thought the original proposition, I wrote it all on there, had too many on too many sides. It was all 4 sides.
Well, there were 60.
9 between this and the cottage.
Yeah.
And we sort of had a conversation out in the hallway, and that's why they didn't go forward last week. And I think they've reduced them to what? This isn't correct. is it?
40.
Yeah, this is what's before the.
I believe you're looking at
We
40.
had, the biggest trouble were the ones on the north side,
Where-
on the Hither Creek side.
Yeah,
But now he's
these,
only got one
yeah.
little chunk.
I think when it came before you, Linda, you had some here
Yes.
and some here,
And
correct?
over there, and over here,
And over here, yeah.
We thought that the ones facing, on the dormers facing south were okay.
Okay.
And we thought this big one facing east was okay.
But the
It's
north,
on a lower, but we had an issue with the little stuff over here.
On the guest house?
We weren't quite sure, yeah, the guest house is a little overstated for the guest house. We thought, you know, 1 or 2, 1 were fine. But we didn't think the ones on the dormers facing south were gonna be a big deal. The big one facing, on the biggest roof plane that they have, was not a
Facing
big deal,
north.
because you can't really see that from the water. It faces east.
Oh, that one,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
The
this one
two on
over
the-
here was faced on the back side, so it was really hard to see it from the water side. So they've taken, what, 3 out? We still had a bit of an issue with the cottage, because the cottage is smaller and they're big.
And it's not even
Right.
there yet.
Yeah.
Well,
All right. Yes.
As a person who's been working on guidelines that we're supposed to be working on, we specifically have rules about wooden roofs, you know, the disparity in the roof color and the panel, and these are gonna be seen. And if it was in the middle of nowhere, I could see saying yes, but you guys are opening up a huge can of worms, so I'm just adding that.
And thank you for that. And I'll only add to that. I don't want to have people, like, I happen to like wood roofs on houses out of town. I think it's more rural feeling. So I think the name of the game when it comes to the out-of-town wood roof thing is that the panels are on surfaces that are not visible from a public way. And once they're not visible from a public way, then you have your wood roof and you have your panels. So, if they're not visible.
Okay, guarantee it.
All right, so you know what? I think this is a fairly complicated issue. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about this. I'm gonna make a recommendation.
I think I got all that.
We didn't think the ones on the dormers were visible because they're high up and they're shallow pitch.
Can you reach out to Nantucket Advisory?
Yeah.
All right, and then we won't have to necessarily get one of these.
Perfect.
We'll get something that everybody is comfortable with.
Great.
Yes, John?
And I'm gonna eliminate.
What's that, John?
Head scratching, what's that for?
That's where they're going.
That's my hen scratching.
Huh?
That's my hen scratching.
No, why did they eliminate?
No.
We're gonna come back before you.
John, he's gonna go back to Nantucket Advisory. Yeah. Right. No, that's where they were gonna go. They may still go. We don't know.
Motion to hold for revision.
Yeah.
Is that gonna show that, or is it visible?
John. We're gonna hold this for revisions. He's gonna make some reductions. He's gonna talk to Nantucket Advisory all about the visibility and everything, okay? So what we're gonna do is hold this, and I'm gonna recommend, TJ, that you add to your motion that we hold the next one too.
Added,
Which is the
so,
guest house, 'cause they're all sort of part and parcel.
Motion to hold number 13 and 14 for revision.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Okay, all those in favor of TJ's motion? Everybody? All those in favor of TJ's motion?
Aye.
Motion for both of them.
Yeah, for both.
Look what's coming back.
Yeah, do you want to take a bathroom break now, or do you want to just keep on going through it?
I guess we can, yeah, sure. Okay, 5-minute bathroom break.
Excuse me. Karen, another with another table.
I'm gonna leave.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
not
the rest of it.
Thank you very much. What? Oh, I don't think so. I think we'll get to it all.
Over there.
Yeah.
These are potatoes.
But I could even hire a cleaner. Yes, and I could even hire a couple higher than this.
Or they can just withdraw again.
This morning, I haven't had time, but I had meetings last night, plus you were in our meeting at 3:15.
Right. No, I'm all set. I ate it.
I don't think anybody's here for the
I thought
Westmore
your dad.
thing.
You know, like anyone in here for that?
John Goldsmith, I
I
haven't
went out
seen
there and took
anybody.
pictures. Were you gonna see it?
No, that's not the problem. It's more about.
It is gonna be seen.
Well, we're talking about something else.
Yeah.
It's not that. I need to finish
I'm not staying tonight.
These are the next two, these are the next two, I'm running down.
Why are we even looking at them? Everybody wants to.
Yeah, I just wanted
I'm not kidding. There's no point in having regulations because they're just.
Someone's got to, I mean,
Finishing up. We don't have a.
This condition, it's the same.
We do, we got a phone, that's all.
There seems to be a group of our members who don't want to follow that.
Well, we've got to say that then. I mean, we can't just quit.
Oh, you mean about the
I stand firm on that. I know I'm not
so,
on it.
so you disagree with my thing about visibility?
I do. And
Can I
we
ask
made a
why?
mistake on a little house out there and it's horrible. Our test case.
That wasn't, I wasn't on it.
That's the one on the Washington by the triangle.
I'm just saying.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
The panels are, you know, lifted off.
It turned out to be, I think it turned out to be solar water.
Oh, well, that's way.
It didn't turn out like we
Solar
thought
water
it
is
might.
like this thick.
Right, but they didn't allude to that. We didn't, we just said, oh yeah.
It was the first bunch of solar panels that we did, and it was facing this in the corner, and everything was good, and
Rob does the butters for me.
but if we make some rules, and why don't we follow them?
You mean about
Say
the,
that it
about
has
the
to have a
cedar
black
roof?
roof, then we should say, I'm sorry, but you have to have a black roof.
Mine is the primary, what is it? It's not on the primary mast. It's not visible.
The way I see it, that's a guideline, and if there's no visibility, I think
I
a
think
panel.
you're wrong about the visibility.
I'm not
you
saying,
guys.
I didn't say anything about the visibility. I said if there's no visibility, then it can go on a cedar roof. That's all I said.
I I agree.
Oh, so you do agree with that?
I do, if you can't see it, if it's in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. So your argument in this particular case is, even though they're claiming that it's not gonna be visible, that
I
it probably will be.
guarantee you will see it.
Is the creek not a public way?
Listen, you know, I was just, I went out there, the building was in a, that it had not been that far along in terms of the construction, as those pictures. I think it was just framed.
They should black tarp the area there.
Yeah.
Maybe that would.
Actually, that's a fantastic idea.
You know what I mean? Like,
Just
put
like
up
literally
sandbag it, put tarps up.
staple, black asphalt paper.
Yeah.
That's an utterly fantastic. Well, you'd have to also account for the depth, you know, because there's even thin ones are like that thick. Somehow.
I think you just make a plywood frame and put it up there.
Paint
Yeah,
it black.
exactly.
And if they're not,
Hey,
when the sun goes down,
You know, like
they're
a
facing
2x4
west,
plywood.
and the whole, either way, is visible, and the sun reflects off it to other people who live around.
well, this is why we have a 5-person board, so
Yep.
we can get a variety of opinions.
We have a variety, for sure.
And,
But we gotta have discussion, that's why you gotta stick to
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Yeah.
Your opinion is valued.
Val.
Your opinion is valid.
Get it?
Hey! I'm gonna make some little pins.
Alright, so the board on this one, if we're ready.
All right, so let's
to
see.
begin.
We're at
Baxter Road.
32 Baxter Road. The board
Oh,
is
God.
Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Welch.
We're so low.
Camp, Welch. Okay.
Your dog, the day the dog died.
Oh,
You
yeah.
had to bring that up.
All right. Do we have anything to look at here? Is that it?
Karen, is
Yes,
that?
you do.
Is that
This is a view. I
The
went.
new, that's a new one.
yeah, okay.
That's all new. Because we removed them from the road, the front which faces the road, and they're only on the south. And the owner has agreed to put a black roof underneath them on that side, so they will not show up much. And there's a big privet. Right here, this is
I see
bag.
that, yeah.
Well, because it's visible.
What are micro inverters?
Because the guideline is more consistent.
What are microinverters?
Yeah. 24 of them.
I'm very consistent.
So every panel has a microinverter. The panels are DC power, and the microinverter makes it into AC power.
There you go.
Primary mass.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I'll go.
All right, thanks.
All right, so I went out there and the panel, the first panel here, this one, you can see from Baxter Road. So I'm not sure that's a good spot for the panel. The one further back, I don't think is as visible. The one further back on the house on this gable here. So I'm not so sure about the one on what? I'm not so sure about this one.
You're saying that one's
should,
visible, right?
Yes, I'm saying that's
Okay.
visible. I went there and saw it, and that's what I have to say.
Okay. And the one on the dormer less so.
And the one, yeah, on the on the hind, on the roof plane beyond that, away from Baxter Road.
Okay. Thank you. What?
I just turned the others on.
You are.
Okay.
You're next.
I agree with Addie, and I would just add that having solar panels on the primary mast is against the guidelines. So if it were on the secondary mast on the dormer, the visibility would be decreased, and it would also be consistent with the guidelines.
So to Abby's point, are you agreeing with her in that you don't want to have the big panel on the regular gable, but you don't mind the one on the dormer? Is that what you meant, or did I get that?
Yeah, the regular gable is on the primary mass. It's also visible, so that's, in my mind, 2 strikes, so that's enough. The other one is appropriate. It's higher up. It's on a secondary mass. You know, it's the garage, and then attached, as it may be. And it's on a dormer, so the visibility is going to be much less. So I'm good with that.
Okay. I have a sort of sub-question to ask after we're all finished here. So let's see. Abby, you went, Diane, where are you on this?
I agree with what we're trying to get across is that on the main mast it's inappropriate. Which one are you thinking of the dormer? This one or that one?
This dormer.
What's that?
That's chimney, shadow.
No, but what's that?
Oh, it's a little bump out addition on the end of the house.
It's confusing. That is going to be
Donna, that's gonna get adjusted. It's
No,
gonna be
back
this
to
one.
the-
No, it's
the
not.
house, you know that.
right. Okay, I say the same thing.
Okay, so you're in agreement. Wait till I ask my question then. Well, I'm gonna ask it right now, okay, since the board is moving in a certain direction. So the last time Karen was in, there was this idea that because of the guidelines, she was willing to change the roof to black on whatever plane the panels went on. Now we're left with this sort of interesting thing where on one, it's not exactly on the same plane, but it's certainly on the same plane of the house. You have 2 panels, one of which sounds like you're kind of going for, and the other one sounds like you're not going for. Are we putting black roofing under the dormer and that's it? And everything else stays the way it is? Just something to ponder.
Personally, I don't believe it's necessary because it's the dormer roof and it's gonna be covered with a solar panel. It's so high up. But if others felt that that was appropriate, consistent with decision in the past, I would support it.
Okay, good to know. John, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yes. This is outside your old historic district area, so I don't pay too much.
Okay, so it sounds like the consensus view here is that the series that would be on the regular roof plane, the steeper roof pitch, the regular gable, is both visible from Baxter Road and Stevens Point on the main mass, and so that would render that inappropriate, and that the one on the dormer would be okay because it's less visible because it's the dormer's pitched higher up, etc., etc. And does anybody have a strong opinion? I certainly do not, about whether the roof needs to change underneath of that to black.
I think making one roof plane black on a.
Like it would just be the dormer.
I think it would cost. I would think it would make more. The roof
I
more.
agree.
You know what I mean.
I agree with that. Are you guys okay? So does somebody want to give me a motion?
I would make a motion to approve subject to Exhibit A, which shows the panels on the second story dormer, which is less visible, and not on the primary mass roof that is visible.
Thank you.
It's on the garage, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that
No,
it?
it's
not a, no,
This is,
it's
not
that's
actually-
not a garage?
No. But there's no garage.
Yeah, it actually it is a garage. There's, I can
See
I
in
can
the
see
back?
the 2 white doors right
Are
there.
there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
a
garage.
garage.
It's a garage, okay.
So yes.
So I thank you for that approval and I'll accept it. I just
There's
wanna
an exhibit
mention
A.
that few number of panels just isn't worth it for, financially for anyone to do. Like it's not gonna make sense to put that small of an array on to invest in. So when you're considering in the future that, that you really need to put a larger amount of, at least 20 panels, and this is 9. But I'll accept, I'll definitely, excuse me. And I have one question. Primary mass, I mean, I've never heard that come up before, so I want to understand that.
Can I
We need to
respond?
print that.
Can I suggest, touch base with Kadeem, and he can forward you the sustainable alternative energy guidelines
Yeah,
that were approved in, I think it was October 2009 or somewhere thereabouts. Maybe it was October 9th, 2013, but this board, actually as it's constituted today, has reaffirmed within the last year. They go through all the guideline stipulations that a work group of architects and solar people and the community got involved in, and had hearings on, and so on and so forth. So that would be a good place to start, and it will go through this concept of primary, secondary, and ancillary masses, and where they're used and how they're appropriate. So that would be helpful.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a comment. I think that every time a solar application comes in, like, such as this one, it does not show the company or showing the one thing that shows whether there's solar or not on it.
There's the company.
Right, okay, but you should be a thing showing.
All right. Well,
showing the description of it, because that, only that solar regulation around it. There should be something to go with it, because it's too open.
An image of the panel?
specification.
You mean
Okay.
color of the panel?
Done.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion on this application?
I think we motion, well, Stephen made a
Yeah,
motion.
with the exhibit A, right?
Yes.
And then did I do all those in favor?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks Karen, and thanks for bringing us. Okay, I want to move this along because I'm getting a little frustrated that it's 7:30 already, and I wanted to get through this whole agenda. Christopher, are you planning on presenting tonight?
Yeah.
You are, okay. All right, well, let's try and speed it up, kids.
Is this everybody?
All right, so next up is 10 Westmore Lane. Nobody, right? 10 Westmore.
Don't put it away.
Can I have a motion?
Okay, motion to hold 10 Westmore
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chris Emery, quick, go.
So this one was not heard last week? Yes, correct. This one was not heard last week. Madigan did see it. I will pass you those comments.
Back to the chase on it, we have no problem with anything they're doing except for the shiplap. There isn't anything else, it's not really water, so it's not.
Okay, I'm not gonna bother reading this.
It's not a boathouse, it's perfectly visible, and everything around it is shingled, so we had a problem with the back of the road, but nothing else.
Okay. Is this a new building?
No, this was.
Oh, I see. There it is.
We had the revision last time where we put the wood shingles on the roof.
Yes.
Rather than the seamed, and we had at that point we'd also shown them as shingles. But now I'm coming back. We're centering the door in the front west face. So there was that, and we would prefer to have the shiplap. So
okay, so literally you're looking for two things here. You're looking to do the center door, which I kind of can't imagine anybody would have any objections to. And the batten board. So let's go around the table. This is our regular board because it's a new application. Abby.
Okay, I have no problem with the shiplap. I'm just wondering why the stairs, showing the shiplap.
That is a little weird.
It's just a little bit strange.
You just need to have a board under there.
Yeah,
right.
Maybe don't carry the shiplap under the French doors. I'm okay with it.
Did we get a letter on this application?
Yeah, Richard Hussey, I think, sent
it. Was that circulated?
Sorry.
All right.
I have it on my phone.
Sorry, here we go. Just to be, yeah, no, I don't want. You're right.
And I'd like to make a statement also.
Okay. I'm writing to this. Okay, I'm writing to you in my capacity as a member of the Fisher's Landing Building Committee regarding revisions to 7 Westway coming before the HCC today. The Emerys are returning for revisions 1 in particular, board and batten siding for the proposed second dwelling before the commission. The original plans for this structure call for board and batten siding along with metal seamed roof. We simply want the commission to be reminded that when the board plans were considered, the Nantucket Advisory Board was not in favor, calling this treatment inappropriate for the area. The HCC agreed with the MAB and voted 5-0 against the board and batten siding and metal seamed roof in the original application. The HCC wanted this changed to a cedar shake roof and cedar shake siding. He means shingles. The Fisher Landing Building Committee agrees with the MAB and the HEC's original stance. We hope that you will give due consideration to MAB position and HEC on this issue. Thank you for listening, Richard Hussey. There we go. Okay, now, let's see. You had said that you were good with the exception of that little piece under there. Val Oliver.
I think because it's closer to the street, and there doesn't seem to be any in the neighborhood, I prefer to keep it shingled.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
Me too.
Okay. John.
Huh, well, keep going, keep going.
Oh, so you're okay
TJ,
with the
you
batten?
I'm not.
You're okay with the batten? All right, well, I'm actually okay with the batten. It's natural weather, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Hesitation.
I was just thinking about, I had some comments, but I don't know
No.
It sounds like
I
it's
actually
2 to
am
2.
okay with the batten with the
Is
little
it 4? No,
stipulations.
it's 3 to 1.
Two.
It's 3 to 2.
It's 3 to 2.
What's the third on?
Ray. Ray's in favor.
Does
Tom's
anybody
in
make
favor.
a motion?
No one's made a
I
motion.
just don't want it to fail.
motion,
I'm in favor of the application.
Motion, make the motion.
Well, okay, motion to approve.
Okay, all those in favor of Abby's,
Motion.
to approve as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
There it is. Motion
Those
carries.
opposed? Aye.
Oh, all those,
Aye.
yeah, 2 opposed. Okay.
What's going to happen?
All right, Atlantic is out, Sauna's next. I read into this, and Kadeem, I don't have one of those forms.
And this is the last one I'm on, so I'm out of here after this.
This is
no,
the
I'm
last
not.
one you're on.
Yes,
Okay.
tonight.
Ray, those forms are foreign to me.
They're
I
what?
know
Is it okay if I bring it in tomorrow, Bob?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thanks.
That's
All right. Okay, first up is main house revision. Oh, I need a board.
Sorry. The board is Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, and Dutra.
Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch,
and Dutra. These
Oh,
plans.
wait a second.
What are we on?
You have a full board.
Wait, sorry, is this 202 Ilkmore?
Airport Road, right?
Yep.
What
So
happened to Westmore though?
Westmore got passed over
They
because there was nobody to
one's here.
represent.
Alright.
So I'm not
Hold
even-
on, let me make sure that I got this. Coombs,
Yeah.
McLaughlin,
Yeah.
Oliver,
Yeah.
Welch,
Yeah.
Dutra
Correct.
have a 5-person board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, so Donna, you're chairing this.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, no, so Ray didn't need to go in, I guess, that's all.
so would you like to tell us what,
Well, we held for, view.
that's all, it was just.
Yeah, it was just a view, so,
All right,
and it was basically just because I know that the decking was questionable, so I wanted everybody to go out and take a look at it and see how far away it is from the road, and that with it being natural to weather, that adding 7 feet wasn't gonna be an issue, hopefully.
all right.
He's helping John.
Nice house. like
I
that
don't have
house.
a problem with these changes. The windows are already on the house with the horizontal panes, and I also believe it's very lack of visibility. So I'm good with it.
Val, also, we are gonna switch them to 2/1s.
Oh, good. That'll be even better.
Down the road. I mean, that's why the guest house has the 2/1, so these will be switching.
And they'll be horizontal.
And then they'll be vertical, yes.
All right, Steve, you're on this, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Was Johnny on it?
Due
Yes, he was.
to the lack of visibility.
What's that?
But anything that you have to say.
All right,
Just joking, Johnny.
Jesse, you're on it.
I am, I agree with the rest of the board.
Main house revision.
Yeah, no, go
You're
ahead,
not
Jay,
on
I'll
it.
show you.
It's just me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, can I have a motion to,
Oh, John's still looking.
oh, I thought he said he was okay.
Here, here. And they're gonna go to 2/1 eventually. Here.
Which might happen now, the client hasn't totally made up their mind about.
Can I make one suggestion?
Yes.
This,
In your windows, you don't have a number
this is
on them,
existing.
but there's up in the, on the, which elevation is it?
You got?
West elevation, up in the gable.
Yeah.
They're quite fat. I don't know whether you can get horizontal shaped panes being quite so fat, or you have to bring it in just a couple of inches to make it more
Thank you.
horizontal.
I think those are existing.
Yeah, those are already
I
existing.
thought she was changing them all to
This,
2 over.
no, that was on the garage that she came
Oh.
in for before. She said later they'll do this. But
Okay.
Yeah, later this will, and then those will just be 2 panes, so they'll be vertical.
Okay.
See there, this is existing and this is
New.
what's
All right.
changing.
Can I have a motion?
Is John okay?
Is John going to vote for it or against it? Johnny, what do you got to say?
You've done the main house, right?
Motion to approve as submitted.
What, garage revision?
No, the main house,
Okay,
John.
main, okay, all right. I gotta make a copy of that.
All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? No. All right, so then the next one is
I'm out of here.
the garage.
Sorry, I'm going back to the office.
We have to do that too.
So for this garage, we've got Coombs, or same board.
Huh?
We've got
It's
the same board.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm on
Yeah, same board.
Oh,
Sure,
this
sure.
looks like the
Oh,
same
the
thing.
Sorry.
It's the garage. Did I just give you back the same
They
exact
gave us
thing?
back the same thing.
I got the other ones right here.
It's not the garage.
Tell him it's not the right plan.
Can I have
Give
those
me
back?
that back.
Nobody's on it down here.
We just approved it.
We don't want any.
Vote.
I fell asleep for a quick second.
Here's a good one.
Here you go. He was out in the sun too long.
Sorry, sorry.
She's changing the windows, which they're gonna do in the house
Yeah.
later on, so.
So
I
that's good.
think this, I'm fine with this.
Sign it
Okay.
in the house.
Steve, what about you?
Yep, good.
Simple little house.
I looked. I'm trying to get John
Pencil and brittle.
Should have pushed those back and done
How about you, John?
wrap around porch there, you
Are the 4 light windows, are they fixed?
The 4 light are not fixed.
And they're already there.
Those are already there.
They're existing.
So they're existing. So all these windows now will be 2/1.
Are you glad you stayed?
All right, can I have a motion to, oh, wait a minute.
Just one small thing. It's just a typo. On the east elevation, there's a door missing. I think. Unless I got.
Wait.
Where's she taking it away?
Or is she taking it away? Taking it away.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is being removed. It's moving to right here. So it's changing
Oh, okay, so that's,
view.
know. Oh, yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
that's just gonna be a,
Well, that right there is like forward. It's on the side, so that this, it looks like it's back, but it actually, so this elevation or facade here actually has this on it, whereas the door itself is like 30 feet in the
all right.
background.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm good.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay,
Okay, good night.
31 Shell, I have a feeling I must be off of this by now. can't remember.
I'll take whatever that application.
This is the,
This is Wade Cottage.
Cottages.
31 Shell. On this we have Coombs, Oliver, and Welch.
Coombs, Oliver, Welch, that's it?
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you all again. That's exactly what you were thinking when you rolled in here.
It is, really. And thanks again for your service to the town.
I don't know. Was that, am I on this? You got 3.
I'm not, so I can't tell you.
It says.
The meeting before this one was Coombs, McLaughlin, Oliver, Welch, and Dutra. The last meeting was simply Coombs, Oliver, and Welch. I don't know what happened.
That's right, remember
Right, so you can miss one meeting, right?
Well, but you have to read back in.
You got 3. So you're not,
Hold on a second, can I just say something?
The reason it isn't highlighted, John. You're not sitting on this.
Wait. Everybody stop. Okay. Kadeem, make sure that I'm saying this correct.
No.
All right. At the last meeting, last hearing of this, you had 3 people sitting.
Correct.
Okay? Jesse was not there, but that was the first meeting that he missed.
Looks like it was the first meeting that I did not. Correct.
I believe that's correct because you gave us the list of people at the meeting before that and Jesse was on it.
Right?
Okay.
I misspoke. He was not at that meeting before. So August 20th, it was 3 people as well. It was Coombs, Oliver, and
okay.
Welch.
All right.
And then on the 27th, it was also
Jesse, you
Coombs,
can
Oliver,
go.
and Welch.
So it's 3 people. You can't read back
Good night,
in.
Jesse.
Good night.
Diane, you were acting chair.
Yeah.
Diane's chair.
Okay. So,
Shall I present?
Bye,
Diane?
Jesse.
yes, please.
Okay. I believe from the minutes at the last meeting that the only issues were on the west elevation. 2 board members asked me to narrow the dormer on the left side of the west elevation. One was specific. Mr. Welch said to bring in each side in 6 inches. And I believe another board member also asked me to narrow that dormer for a second time, which I pulled it in 6 inches on each side. The other question was the roof line, and Mr. Welch suggested that I widen the porch to incorporate the diamond window inside the post. I thought that was a great idea too. I did that, but to also break up that facade a little bit with a transition where the dormer is, we made what is now customary in Sconset, the triangular top of the gable. We added some decorative shingles up there across to kind of break that. That's all.
Okay.
And I'd ask the board to pass it tonight, these minor revisions, please.
Who, you want to start?
Okay. I think the south and the east are, well, at least the east is minimal visibility. The south, I think, is fine. It's kind of sconcy. With the exception of the shingle thing on the west, I think I'm okay with this. Because the west is the most visible.
Right.
The west and the north.
Alrighty. Stephen.
Ken, I think the only concern I have is both on the what's your top plate right here? Have you got room to bring this top plate? I'm looking at your west elevation, and this extended tent roof is helpful, thank you. But the height of it actually creates, this is disproportionately tall in here. So it's easy enough to lower this 6 inches relative to everything else that's going on in the building. It doesn't affect the program. But what I'm wondering is, on the existing structure, the porch roof is about 4 to 6 inches below your bay roof.
Yeah.
That's existing.
Right, your bay is.
So isn't the porch roof on that north.
Right, and then, but
North elevation.
then your flanking shed roofs, right? So this one we just talked about is easy enough to lower. This is this. So lowering this.
I don't think you're ever gonna see the two at the same time.
Well, it's not so much that as it's just that the height from here to here is really too tall. I mean, you're not gonna see a porch roof in Sconset that's got, most of them in fact, and I'm not suggesting you do this, are at or above the window casing height or lower. So this is just kind of tallish. So one, I would ask that this comes down a little bit, which could be done through staff. The question I'm asking you is, where in your program, can this top plate come down at all? It looks like you're flush with your deck here. Because your door probably comes down to there, and then your deck.
That's the existing second floor.
Yeah, but this is the addition, right? This is an addition. This is the addition.
Right.
All I'm saying is, you lower this, and you lower this a little bit.
Once again, you're never going to see the two at the same time, and that east elevation is not really visible. We had the height of those top plates.
This one?
Because it matches the existing, and then we have a rubber roof underneath, which we have to drop down anyway, so I wouldn't want to lower that anymore.
Okay, so then on the west, because we did look at this isn't going to be visible.
No.
So on the west, then I would ask that this be lowered 6 inches. Just the roof structure.
Yeah.
And the brackets. So basically, this would stay as it is, and your post height would be reduced 6 inches.
Okay.
Val, did you get that?
Yeah.
Are you good with
Lowering
that?
the roof 6 inches.
And who else is on this?
Yeah.
Diane?
I agree.
Diane, are you good with
Too
that?
far up.
Yeah.
Through staff.
So I would make a motion to accept through staff, or accept as submitted with the condition that the post heights on the west elevation be reduced 6 inches in height and the roof and brackets be lowered.
We're going to do exhibit A, right?
I just drew one.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Pursuant to exhibit A, through staff. I think I said through staff like 3 times, just to make sure it was in there.
Got it.
Thank you for working with us.
Diane, you guys vote on that?
It's a significant structure.
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we voted. Oh, yeah, we did.
I think it came out all right.
Okay.
Was there
thanks.
I know we voted, but was there Wisconsin advisory
I
comments?
didn't make comments.
There had been a while ago. Yeah, that
But
was
no
August
further.
5th. Nothing further since then.
Just I didn't want to.
Okay, Emeritus.
Thanks again, Ken.
Thank you, guys.
Alright.
Yeah.
That was approved. Board.
Give me 1 second.
Yep.
That's you. That's you. Board on this is Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, and Welch.
Woo. How are you?
Hey, Matt, welcome.
Thank you.
There's some photos, and there's that Valerie might have.
Ashy stash.
Give a brief recap if the firm's chair.
I'm not chair.
Oh.
I'm not on it.
I'm sorry, Diane. Madam Chair?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Would you like to begin?
Thank you. So, this is a very small addition. I think the last 2 items that the board had raised was to keep the chimney. We're gonna have to rebuild it, and we were trying to avoid that, but it was important to the board, so we're gonna keep it. So that's a change. And then the other thing was on the south elevation,
we proposed a fence between the two existing structures. I don't know if that's an appropriate type of fence, but I'm open to any suggestions. And I think that was primarily a function of the visibility of some of the French doors, which we went to the site and looked at it and took some pictures, and I don't know if anybody went out there and checked it out, but I just don't think it's going to be highly visible without the fence, but certainly with the fence. And that would have to be a separate application, but those are the two primary issues.
Well, I think if it's attached to the building, it's part of this application.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, that'll save me an application.
Because that's sort of integral to our approval.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep it on there, so.
I do have a suggestion for you though, Matt.
Yeah, we do.
And it's partly aesthetic, but also functionality. If you were to make your right, I don't know if you need full accessibility from these gates, but if you were to make your right panel fixed and make the left a slider that went in behind the right panel, I think you're gonna have a lot more functionality, and it's gonna serve to address the concerns about the French doors.
What if they just leave it open though?
Well, then the gate sticks out past into the shower area.
This way it keeps it shut. If you slide it, they might.
So what?
Yeah, I think I would be good with it sliding because it doesn't. You're not going to see those windows with the panel on the right there.
The other thought was that there was some thought of potentially pulling in a small vehicle at some point. If they actually own the property next door, but they did want to keep that option open. Yeah, if it's fixed.
Are you chair?
Yes, I am.
Diane's chair.
Yeah, I'm okay with the revisions.
Okay, and Johnny, what about you?
My other comment is, I think Steve's suggestion is good. You'll see two of them, not the third one, just up in the corner. Kind of cover that.
Yeah, I think definitely with that fence, you're not going to see anything. And even, like I said, John, there's actually a small fence there now. And you really have to kind of get in the right spot to, see it. But.
So, can I have a motion?
Well, I'd like it as submitted, so, okay. I don't know if you want me to make the motion, but I'll try it. Motion to approve? As submitted.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye, I'm fine with
it. Everybody says aye.
Aye.
John's a no.
John's a no. So it's 41. The next one is 12 Lincoln Ave. That's still me?
12 Lincoln Ave is not you. You're Matt.
You made. I think you're on it, Diane.
You're chairing it, aren't you?
No.
No. I think there was just that one.
So on 12 Lincoln, we have Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, and Welch.
I'm not on it?
Valerie, you are not on it.
Because I wasn't there last week.
You're on the next one, though.
That's weird, because you were the one that pointed out that it was...
Moving forward?
Yeah.
No, that it was, yes.
Yeah, Diane wasn't at that meeting.
Let me tell you on this, it says September 12th, Cole, Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Welch.
You were here at the last meeting.
Yeah, I was.
I'm just going by the minutes.
I'm just saying.
I know, but they made a mistake.
No, I was not at the meeting.
Because Val was the one that brought up that thing. I think it's a
Yeah,
mistake.
you're not wrong. The minutes say, because this is from Thursday the 12th, and you're right. Obviously, we know that Coombs was not there. So
it was Val.
Okay, there we go.
A valued member of our commission as well.
All right,
so that's Cole, Oliver, McLaughlin, Camp, and Welch.
Let the record reflect the correction.
Cole, Oliver, McLaughlin, Camp, Welch.
Thank you very much.
That's it. All right. So.
Shall I give a brief description? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So probably if you go to A2.1.
Can we start on A1 or G1.1?
Yeah, that's a great point.
The big issue that emerged only at the 11th hour of the hearing was how far forward you're moving.
Sure. So we are moving it 25 feet forward, and to your point, it actually is not going off the slope. It actually stays on the higher
Berm,
elevation,
that
on the
berm.
berm. It doesn't go beyond the slope, because actually after you raise that, we met on Saturday morning, and staked it out, and it does not, project beyond
Are
the
the
slope.
stakes still in the ground?
They're just sticks, but I could stake it if you want.
Isn't there a little retaining wall there already?
No, there's like 3 inset granite steps, and
It's
so.
just a berm.
And what about the tree?
The tree closest to the facade probably will go. The other one, it's possible we could keep it, but it's really not up to me.
Those trees are on right here and here, right?
They're on the front side. There's one kind of towards like the north, west portion that's bigger.
I just want to say right up front, I'm gonna ask for it to be staged. I appreciate you offering it.
Yeah.
It's an important location, it's an important structure, and I'm gonna ask
It's also
for.
proud of the other 2 structures on the other side.
Yeah,
And I'm
right.
gonna ask,
Quite big.
excuse me, I'm gonna ask further that we state the height of the 2 front corners of the porch, the height of your fascia on the front corners, and the height of your ridge. So there will be 5 stakes. Corners of the porches, corners of the house, and the ridge.
Kind of put the ridge back where it will be.
Yeah. So your porch front, and then literally porch, house, ridge. I think it's just important we get that squared away right out of the gate.
Definitely. So this is HSAP, but these are the same comments that I read last time. So we've requested revisions since that last report. Go ahead.
But I do think the staking will be helpful, because you did
Very
very
much
much
so. It's a concern for a lot of people.
And that also too in terms of the height, but like I said, it doesn't look like it projects further over. So, having covered that, Mr. Chair, A2.1, the north elevations where a majority of the comments were focused. And so what we've done here is we've gone with just 3 straight gable dormers, as opposed to the combination of sheds and gables. We've eliminated the 2 decks, which was, I think, everybody had a comment about that. Eliminated the French doors between the 2 windows, obviously, and just went with a smaller, a single deck on the front, centering access off the center line of the entry in that main mass. We also tried to minimize I think some of the comments were that things were like over stylized. So we really tried to omit specific smaller details that contributed to that. We also omitted the gable forward, the flush gable, and it's now just a straight eave. So it's fairly simple in that regard. We also, thank you. We also reduced or provided some space between the post of the roof walk and the dormer itself. Val, you had mentioned that previously it was right up against the shed dormer. Those are the majority of the changes. We did add a couple of windows on the gable ends on the east and west elevation. I thought it was a little blank without it. Again, curious to see what the board thinks about that. Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'm good with it. Starting. So Matt, I appreciate the changes. I think it's starting to get its identity here. Things were kind of incongruous because it was. I would suggest right off the bat that these balustered railings become shingle wall. I think it's going to make it
on the first floor.
First and maybe even second.
Okay.
I think it's going to gel the concept of the design. I would, however, suggest that they could be inset from your column type side. You know what I mean here?
Yeah, so that they're
sidewall.
Column.
So this space could be
sticks out.
inset, maybe 6
yeah.
inches.
Yeah.
And you're not going to lose the identity design element there.
Sure.
That carries over. There's a vocabulary that stays with it if those remain.
Okay.
I'm just looking at this, and I think it's going to help to simplify it, and it's also going to start to give it more of a traditional design. The other thing I would suggest is, I think the proportions of your roof walk posts are off. Something isn't. I know you probably didn't want to split the gable, the ridge on your.
I don't mind that, but
it just
You
looks
mean
too small.
instead of having 3 bays, having 2 bays?
I think
with
so.
the post
Oh, because
centered
then it
on
wouldn't
it.
sit on top of the dormer, it looked like it was.
That's why I thought
It
maybe you
would
didn't
sit
do
on
it.
top of the dormer, correct.
Right on the ridge of the
Post would.
I don't know, it's something that you might want to play
I
around
can
with.
certainly look at that.
So that's the north elevation. I am concerned, perhaps about, I just want to be clear about the overall mass, dependent upon the review on site of the stakes and the location closer to the street than the other home. So just fair warning.
Sure.
Your east elevation, I didn't have a concern with, I don't believe. Here, you did it just exactly like you've done it here on your east elevation, that is what I articulated on your sidewall rail.
Oh, yeah.
This is inside.
Yep. Yep.
Carry that right around.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I get it. No, it's close to the front. Yeah, the shingle.
South, good. West, longish. Was there a question about visibility on the west? Let me just look at the site plan.
West. No, there was a question, oh no, the guest house you're talking about, because the guest house, Al DeMarco's lot, who is to the east of this, basically has a big empty lot. So you'd see the whole broad side of the east side of the guest house. Is that what you're talking about?
No, when, just relative to, so the west, when I originally looked at this, I was thinking of the west being, the structure being further back, so the west, as viewed obliquely from Lincoln, was very obscured. But so far forward, it is more visible, but I don't think it will be a concern for me in any event. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Abby, you ready?
Yep, ready to go. So I just want to say that I think that the north elevation is still over fenestrated. I agree with the comment about the shingled porches in front to be like the back. I think the 3 dormers in the 3rd floor are still overwhelming. They're too heavy up there. I think the French doors over the front door are inappropriate, and I think that in my comment about it being over fenestrated, I think 3 windows on the 1st floor are fine. I think it's the middle floor with the 3 windows again.
Yeah.
I think it on each side. It's just too many windows. It's starting to look like a hotel or something. So I think just calm it down. It needs more shingle space to just sort of bring it down to a low roar.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Val?
Oh, right when I was yawning.
I can come back to you if you need more time. More time.
I agree with what's been said, and I think the rest of the building looks fine. My biggest concern is moving so far forward. I'd like to see split the difference somewhere halfway between and try to keep a tree. But the stakes will tell us.
Oh,
so.
you know, one other thing that would be helpful, in addition to Stephen's comments about the staking and all that, is show the silhouette of the existing footprint on the site plan.
I think it is shown, Mr. Chair, it's just probably like, yeah, it's dashed, dashed red. You can make
it. I saw it.
Oh, God.
It's really
Can you make it a little
Sure.
bit more legible?
Yeah,
Sorry. Shows up on the reduced copies better.
Yeah, okay. Let's see, so Val, that was you, right? You're all set?
Yeah.
And John?
Another comment, the east elevation, up in the, I guess the attic you call it, the B windows, they're fixed. They should be fixed.
Sure, we can fix
No,
those.
the E window.
No.
The E window. It should be, they're 4 lights. It says on it, it should be fixed.
Yeah, on the side. Yeah. John, could I also make those double hung if I could? Or could I have the option of double hung or fixed? Okay.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Very mistaken.
I will only say that I agree with, the comments that have been made, in particular, the location of the pool.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just make one quick follow-up comment. Stephen, you had mentioned about the structure and its potential moving forward in the mass and the context. Last week, we showed a aerial of the neighborhood, and the majority of the structures are actually
We
closer.
have it right here.
Oh, do you?
And there.
Let's address that whole
After the
thing. I
staking.
hear you. Yeah.
It's
After
pretty even.
we have it staked, we'll have a much clearer sense of it.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion, I believe.
Would you please bring that back and
Definitely.
yeah.
Who made that motion?
I did.
Okay, so the motion to hold for some revisions.
Yes.
A view with some mistakes. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Chair,
yeah.
a suggestion, because we didn't make any changes to the guest house, because we wanted to track with the main house.
Right.
Whatever changes we make to the main house, we make to the guest house. Could we look at the pool? Is that possible? We did bring in, next week, you're gonna see the structures that surround it and block it. I don't know if that's worth looking
But
at.
see, here's the funny thing, it's on our agenda, but we don't know what structure is going there.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Until next week.
And it's right next, it's right next to the road, so that pool is all resting on visibility.
Absolutely, that
100%.
neighborhood is crazy about
Yeah.
pools.
And we did
Like
have
in a
some
good way?
concerns.
Like they love them?
Hold on. What, we had concerns about what?
Like in a good way. We did have some concerns, Matt, about the location of the guest house and
Yep.
the length of it. So that, if that were to change when we review it, that could affect where the pool is and how the pool is oriented. So I would just suggest that we kind of go a little slower just to get through it.
We'll just say,
They're not
It'll be up next week.
generally speaking,
Yep.
we're gonna allow you a subgrade basin that has water in it.
Okay.
What?
But-
I'm not approving
That
that.
isn't visible.
But that's invisible from any public way.
So, and so the two structures that block it from the Palm Road will be reviewed next week, and so.
Yes.
We were
And
kind
that-
of hoping
that's-
you'd do an L and make that shorter, that big long hotel.
The courtyard at Lincoln Ave. Exactly. Sorry, I couldn't
The
resist.
courtyard Marriott.
That hurts.
Okay. So are you suggesting we're gonna hold the second dwelling and then?
There's just, we didn't make any changes to it because we wanted to kind of see.
Hold the
other-
second dwelling and the pool for, well, till
To
eternity.
track the main house.
Or eternity.
But we do
and the
want
cabana.
changes.
Yeah.
What?
We do want changes.
To the main
guest
house.
Yeah, the review to track. So we're gonna wait. It's gonna track the house. When the house is done, we'll review it.
Okay. So we are, I believe Abby has made a motion to take items 25 and 26 to track the main house. That was your motion, correct?
We.
With the height poles as described. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, folks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you want them to stake the guest house?
As
Or
You
drawn.
know something? It would not hurt. I mean, we're gonna get up there, if we see everything all together.
Yep.
Great
Yeah.
idea.
Maybe I'll do the same thing with the cabana,
Pool.
the pool
Yeah,
house.
yeah.
Take that pool
You know,
out.
it's a preemptive strike.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Perfect
motion
idea.
to stake all of the
The
stuff.
ridges of the other structures.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Gable endpoints.
Was it, that's another additional motion?
I don't know.
I think it was part of Abby's.
It's
Yeah, it's
an
all part of
addendum.
Abby's motion.
Yeah,
The
because we were
codicil.
having discussion on the motion while we voted.
Right,
We're having discussion on the discussion.
okay.
I'll mark it up. We'll submit it through
All
staff.
those in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, Axe Mark, come on up.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that name. Why is it worked down?
It's new clean energy.
Yeah, but it has
Okay.
to also keep Nantucket.
So,
Right.
Board first.
I'm tired, very red.
Our board?
Oh, sorry about that. I was just getting the other thing ready. Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Oliver, Dutra.
Okay, you're down to 4 people.
Is there any alternate?
Alternate, we have Welton and Waterton.
I'll be on it then.
Go for it.
There you go. You got a 5-person board.
I think you guys already viewed it already. It was a while back.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's
yeah.
visible.
Yeah, so if you flip to the third page, we took so the reason why this is a little delayed is the client had to come back to the islands before we could go over it. So what we're proposing to do is you can see there's two locations that we're proposing to do some plantings. If you look on the next page, if you look at the final page. And so where Bonnie stands is where we're proposing to plant, a large maple tree. And then there's going to be some other native, not tuberose, sassafras. I'd like some sassafras planted as well. And so, as you can see, if you're looking down the driveway, there's just this one view where you can kind of see a little bit of the panels from. What we're proposing to do is, if you look on the left side of the driveway, you'll see how the plantings come up. And the trees kind of hang over the driveway. We're proposing just to do the same thing.
I thought you were going to change the driveway.
There was no discussion of changing the driveway.
The driveway, actually, it did get rerouted.
I think the one thing to note on that is the driveway, as the plans were originally submitted, were different from how the driveway was actually exists. And the driveway, how it actually exists, has a lot more of a turn to it.
I know, so we don't have that to bias, which makes it hard for us to yay or nay it.
I can show you if you look on like the front page.
That's not really how it is. So it's hard for us to say where you're planting those is gonna work. Yeah.
For the last submittal, that's all we have.
What is the existing roof tile?
Need Google views.
Is it wood shingle or is it?
No, it's like a dark green. It's like a dark green. It's a pretty new roof. It's an architectural shingle.
Green.
Yeah.
It's like a greenish gray.
I gotta see this again. Sorry, I remember this. I remember going to see it, but I just.
But these two garages that we see, you go down Nosegay, it ends at their house.
Oh, oops. Diana, are you sharing this?
Yeah.
So and then just like the last comment I said, Wisconsin Advisory did review this and they had no issues with this project.
That's good.
This is from Bonnie and Dennis Keller. It says, "Dear HDC members, thank you for your consideration of our project at 3 Nosegay, Wisconsin. We built our garage guest house in 2009 and 2010 and installed a geothermal heating cooling system with the hopes that it would be powered by solar energy. Our kids and grandkids seem to use a great deal of energy, and hopefully our solar system will lessen this use of resources. In the main home on 3 Nosegay, we have no heat or air conditioning. It is a true summer house. There are no historic homes on Nosegay, but we understand that Nosegay is the dividing line for the historic district, which includes the Waits cottages and the old village. We lost an old apple tree near our driveway and have been planning to plant something in its place. We will plant this tree close to the driveway to further block the view from Nosegay. We are happy to do some planting on our east side as well. We do have solar panels in our home in Palm Desert, California, which work quite well. We installed them 7 years ago. We are happy to answer any further questions you might have. We believe in solar and believe it's a good thing to do for Nantucket."
And Diane, this is from June 17th. It just says no concerns from Wisconsin Advisory Board, as Tobias mentioned.
Who was on that? Can you read who was on
We have Rob Benchley, Caroline Ellis, Mary Will, and Michael May. No concerns because it is not historic and difficult to see.
Good, very good. That's
And then the last piece I will add, I think originally we had some panels showing here on that side dormer, or it's not a side dormer, I'd like to call it a toe. Side, what's the name of the feature?
Is it
A wart?
Is it a pet roof?
A wart, the side wart of the building. We originally had
a wart, it's just like an additive mass.
an additive mass. Thank you, Mr. Prince. So we had some panels on that additive mass, and we removed them.
The additive mass.
Oh, that's good too.
You have got
Because
solar
that's
panels on
right
both
there.
the east and the west.
No, there's only panels on the south elevation, but if you look at the east and west elevations, we're just showing the angle of them, like that little 4 or 5 inch bump off the roof. But I just
what
wanted
about
to.
says addition of all black solar PV modules to lower roof on the west elevation?
Yeah, so that's just showing it like the end. The only panels are going on the south elevation, only on the south elevation.
And the roof is what color?
It's like
Green.
It's like a green color.
Old fashioned Wisconsin green?
No, it's an architectural shingle. It's like a mixed green kind of color, celestial green. It's kind of like Val's shirt, actually.
No.
That's teal. You're blue teal.
You're.
I don't think that's an HCC approved color, Tobias.
It must be the flu getting to me. I'm like.
It could be the medicine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. It's been
Hey,
slowly
I've
trickling
got
in.
an idea. I did because we saw this like almost a year ago.
No, it was this winter.
Was this winter? I want to go out there and see it again. If just for my own benefit, I would feel badly voting on this.
That's fine.
Without going out there and seeing the green tile roof and seeing where the proposed tree is, and it's good that SAB has given it their thumbs up, but I want to see for myself before I vote on it.
Oh,
that's fine.
Because every roof on the south elevation is going to have a panel on it. Is that right?
On the south elevation, except for the additive mass,
on the far right,
which we've removed the solar from.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah,
And I would add in that this is like a secondary structure. It's a garage. It's not facing. The main house is on Wisconsin Bluff. So
yeah, I know what that is. I think the view is important. Do you want to call for a view?
I would like. Yes, I'd like to hold for a view.
Renew ourselves with that.
Totally
and if you
understand.
want to have the owners or you or whatever put a stake in where they're talking about the maple tree.
Yeah.
Where she's standing.
Yeah, you'll see there's an old tree there, but I'll go out there and put a stake.
Keep in mind, please, that maple trees are deciduous and they are not there in the wintertime.
Totally. So I really struggle with this because I really like native trees, and I'm not going to recommend people plant evergreens ever. And just because I don't like them, I think that's just a personal view.
Well, see what.
Like a cedar, if you guys have recommendations, I just don't want to plant non-native things. That's
Eastern red cedar.
Eastern red cedar?
All day long.
Talk to them, see what. They may be looking for the maple, but just to remind them that maple is.
If you want the Eastern red cedar, that's fine.
Up in the middle.
They're just not that.
Mine's big. The one hanging in my house.
Yeah, I made a motion for a view.
Okay, so everybody in favor of a view, please?
I gotta drive that home.
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay, the next one is
this last
106 Orange Street.
Hang on.
John,
Okay. Wait. Was John on on that last application?
What?
I'm just curious. I was not chair.
John McLaughlin was on that last application.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, so
Johnny, I'm sorry.
So
We can take back, well, we have a view, but we can add to it. So I didn't hear your name, sorry.
I was on it. No problem. I have a comment. Well, number one, this structure is inside the parameters of the old historic structure. And Gay Lane, you start at Gay Lane on the outside of the HTC, you go back up to 200 feet per lot. It's facing on, that's the law.
Can I just say one thing about that, John? And I'm not on this, but Wisconsin Advisory actually issued something that said that they have no concerns with the application. Just
They don't run it, they're making.
no, I know.
Yeah.
I understand. I was just making that point.
And I'm stating.
Anyway,
It's 162.9 feet from the front to the back of that property, all right? There are 27 units on this structure, if you count them.
I did.
And the trees where they are and the position where the camera was, I say, if it was over here, you can see more. But, you know, that's to the advantage of the person taking the picture. But this in the old historic area, and just, you know how I feel about that, and we got two of them coming up tonight in the old historic area.
That's why we're taking a view, John.
Okay.
We're going to taking a second view.
I agree with the view.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Can I make a suggestion? Yeah. Real quick. Vice,
I can draw that.
when you go to the GIS, click on themes, and then click districts, and the old historic district will show up as an overlay.
I will do that.
thank you. Who's on 106 Orange?
On 106 Orange, we have Pole, Coons, and Dutra.
Uh-oh, you only
No
have
board.
I'm sorry?
I mean, I don't recall.
Cole, Coombs, and Dutra.
Oh, wait.
Because this is from January 15th.
This is a really old one.
I was on it at one
Dutra's
point.
gone.
Dutra's gone. There are only two.
I was on it.
Sorry, bud.
Okay, well, that's the end of the meeting then, huh?
No,
For you it is.
not for us.
Yeah.
We have
No,
to do
alas.
Valley.
Can
Many ways
I
the
maybe
meeting
just
is
ask a question of the two? Because
No. No, seriously, you can't, because you don't have a quorum.
so it cannot be heard.
We can't deliberate on it. Two people can't deliberate on it. I'm
think
sorry.
the minutes
I'm not
are
just saying that.
correct.
Yeah.
Get rid of you.
You're like,
Much nicer.
you're sorry, but you're not sorry.
It's Mercados and it was.
I'm on this.
If you give me 1 second, I'm going to go back to the minutes
They
and
don't have a-
double
they
check
don't have a
for all
quorum.
of
No,
them.
that's,
I understand we don't have.
We had a whole
What
bunch
is the process going forward?
people.
You have to wait until you get a quorum, and so if there's only 3 people sitting on it, you have to wait until Jesse's back. Make sure that Jesse, Diane,
Or you could resubmit and get a full board.
yeah, which, frankly, for that Orange Street project, the more people you get on it, the better.
What meeting was
This goes back to November 2008, and Val, you haven't been on it in a while. Pole, Coons, and Dutra, that's October 2018. Novel, Pole, Coons, McLaughlin, Dutra, so no, let's just don't have a forum next time.
Withdraw it and reapply.
Yeah, there's always that. Because it's so old at this point, but yeah, this.
They don't have a quorum.
Right.
Yeah, so they're either gonna withdraw and.
Kadeem, did you see me there or not?
You were not on this.
I'm not on it.
Nope, it's Pole, Coombs, and Dutra, and that goes back for quite some time with Welch popping in or out, but we're not on this.
just popping in or out?
Popping in or out, doing what?
Good call. How do you eat it? I eat 4 of these.
Okay.
thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
guys. Good for you.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna save it.
Now,
And then we'll drink some Slivovica.
we are to,
What is happening?
It's like a vodka.
Skull.
Stone Alley, baby.
You ever had Slivovica?
No, and I.
to Stone Alley.
We might need some now.
Is that a Polish drink? Or?
Slovak.
Your eyes.
Slivovica, it's a plum. They bring their plums to the state distillery in this.
Oh, you thought we were done, Abby?
No, actually, I'm not on. Well, no, I was stretching my. I'm not gonna say. But I don't think I'm on this one.
Let's see.
I don't think I am either.
So on this we have Cole, Coons, Oliver, Welch, and Watterson. So you are on
So I'm not on
it. You are not on it,
Well, you
Abby.
should
Steve,
stay.
you are on it.
it. Steve has to stay.
We have Cole, Coons, Oliver, Welch, and Watterson.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to take a point of privilege and make a couple of comments. Okay.
Before we start, do we have to get everyone's name for
No, no, this is a point of privilege, nobody else gets to talk. Period, that's it. I would just like to ask that we move through this without repetition, without any crosstalk. It's late in the night, everybody's been here a while. I'd like to keep my coherence as I go through this so I understand what's going on and not get lost in the shuffle of crosstalk. Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better myself, thank you. And I'll try and enforce that, Stephen. Okay, so what we're gonna do first, everyone who is here for the applicant, names for the record.
Victoria Ewing.
Chris Piscahel.
Thank you. And then we'll go through and for those that are representing or neighbors themselves, names for the record and who you represent if you're in attendance.
Linda Williams, Virginia Andrews.
Virginia Andrews, Sarah Aldrich, Virginia Andrews, Constance Crosby, a butter.
Shane Ronnie for Mr. Crosby.
Thank you all. Okay. You're up first.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Ms. Crosby, what's the address?
9 Union Street.
1 Union Street.
Direct to butter.
Just,
Direct to butter.
yep, absolutely.
Okay. Tori, do you want to begin?
There's new HF comments. Should those be read
Oh,
first?
they should be.
I'd like you to read them all.
Mr. Chairman, we're already starting the crosstalk. Can I make a suggestion, please? That no one addresses the commission unless they address you first.
Thank you.
Well,
Okay, so historic structures.
no, it will be there up now. Oh,
Hist-
sorry.
Historic info on file. Public attending, Virginia Andrews, Linda Williams, Connie Crosby, Maroney.
Yep.
North elevation, concerns remain, massing overwhelms, horizontal panes, too tall, windows proposed don't match as built, creates a wall on Stone Alley, peculiar step down, massing should go to the south, east elevation terracing is massive, this hardscaping is as built, unapproved, oversized dormer, too much glass, no relationship between each mass. Grade has been cut, unapproved. Flat roofed element projects towards Union and large and overwhelming. Is west elevation, is structure being retained or is this a demo? Proposed windows don't match the existing windows. South elevation, massing is out of scale, grade has been cut and filled without approval, addition overwhelms main house, overglazed, other. Too similar to previous application and should be denied. Roof heights need to be shown, original windows are being removed, window survey is inadequate, demo plan. Chimney is obviously fake, Stone Alley grade is not existing as described on north elevation. And then there's the other side for public comment. So we have Linda previous. Application goes back to December 2017, same property and project and same comments. Building was a horse barn. Sun porch was on Sanborn map as being obliterated, highly visible. Additions are inconsistent with the original context. No dimensions are given. Excuse me. Virginia, north elevation, berm is not the existing grade, plan is deceptive. Property line is right on Stone Alley and not set away from the alley as shown on site. No grass strip. East, it just looks like the letter T. Crosby, east elevation is a 3-story view. J, berming is unapproved, retaining wall is overwhelming. Virginia's house is additive up to the hill and progressively smaller. Okay, So this is the previous, HSAB comments, so I'll pass those around.
Unapproved.
Okay, so Tori, you want to begin?
Sure, so I thought I would start with going through those comments and responding to a couple points that we've got documentation to, in opposition of those comments. So first on the north elevation, windows proposed don't match the as-built. There are some mistakes in the lower half of the windows, and I've got window surveys here for all of you to look at so you can compare. So those corrections do need to be made on the bottom half. There's single light full bottom on the 12 over or 8/1s, not 8/8s. That's the, and then there's a 9 light double that's a mistake as well. So those two need to be corrected. But we are planning to keep and replace, not replace, keep and reinstall every single window, trim, and door. No windows are being removed.
Okay.
May I just make a suggestion? If you put some letters, numbers, figures on the drawing, it would be a lot easier for us to understand what you're doing.
I'm happy to do that
too. So Diane, thank you for that. I think we should hold those kind of comments until after Tori gives her initial presentation, and then we can all respond to that, if you don't mind. Thank you.
No, I don't mind.
All right.
Moving on to the next paragraph of the east elevation, the hardscaping is not an as-built at all. I've got photos of the existing hardscaping. You can see that it's all clearly just grass, and the grade is not changing. The hardscaping that's proposed is simply to give you, we will be following up with a hardscape application, but our purpose of this particular hardscape design with the elevations was to give you the cohesiveness that the hardscape will bring to the addition and how it meets the grade of the hill. The walls are meeting the hill exactly at grade. No grade changes are happening. The walls are no higher than 30 inches in height compared to an 8-foot wall that's approved at the bottom at 11 Union. And the grade is already retained at the top there. That's the top of the existing stairs at the back of the house there. So there's been no grade changes, and it is not an as-built. That's all grass right now and plantings. Oversized dormer, it's actually smaller than the existing dormer that currently exists on the rear of the house.
What elevation, sorry?
On the east, sorry, I'm on the HSAP comments of the east elevation.
EL1.
So the oversized dormer they're referring to is actually smaller than the existing rear dormer. Too much glass. There's precedent throughout the neighborhood, especially properties at 16 and 18 Orange. As you can see, if you were to review our prior submission of precedent package, we went up and down Orange and Union Street to show much more glass, windows, stories, flat roofs, etc. Yep.
Is this the package you're using?
No, yes, that's the one I'm referring to, yes. There should be 4 of those if anyone else needs one. The grade has not been cut, as I just recently discussed and have pictures to show you here. The flat roofed element is existing throughout the street again in the precedent photos that you'll find in that first package we submitted with our initial application. And let's see. Now I'm going to move on to the west notes, west elevation.
What,
when you're ready.
Yeah, which drawing is that?
That is.
EL3.
EL3,
Got it. The structure is being retained. It's absolutely not a demo whatsoever. This is simply an addition to the existing home. See the photos, only one window, I know, all windows are staying as I previously mentioned. And there's I'm on west elevation. They were asking if it's being demoed or retained, and we're keeping everything as.
Oh,
as
you know what was confusing, because it's dotted. That looks like it's going away, that's why, probably.
All windows and doors and trim are being staved and reinstalled. When you're ready, moving on to the south elevation.
Their comments were that the grade has been cut and filled without approval, as I recently mentioned as well. Again, that's not the truth. I have pictures to show. Moving on to their additional comments at the bottom here. The roof heights. If you refer to the existing elevations in the top left corner of our addition proposed elevations, you'll see that the existing heights are unchanged, 24 feet on the west elevation and 30 feet on the north elevation. The secondary ridge height is coming in at 24 feet from the grade at that point. And the rear corner at the very back to the top of that porch railing is 23 feet. No, that's the place. I know, but that's right there. I was trying to find it on the right she's talking about.
Oh, guys.
Sorry. I'm good. Tell me when you're ready. I'm just trying to find Yeah, what no you're problem. talking about.
So you're still on EL3?
I'm gonna look at it with you while you're there. I am on EL3 or 4.
Okay.
Or EL2 or 4.
Right.
Actually, I'm measuring from 4, which is the highest point. EL4 will show you the greatest lengths. And that's the north elevation. So that second ridge, as part of the addition, is coming in at 24 feet. And at the very rear of the property, to the top of that railing on the back of the porch, is at 23 feet. I don't see what, sorry. I'm right here. This middle addition, that ridge height, on EL4.
We're on EL4. Gable.
The second new, the new ridge height, the second addition, the first, the addition, but the second
The
ridge.
one where the gable window says A.
Okay. 24 feet high.
From where?
From the grade, from the existing grade at that moment.
Well, the grade changed.
Right there, that line from that ridge straight down, that's 24 feet to the existing grade. Yep. And then at the very back, top of the railing of the deck, to the existing grade of that, is coming in at 23 feet.
Between that.
And then I was referencing on EL4, the existing rear of the existing building is 30, as detailed there on the top left.
Just a point of information, Mr. Chairman. So on, just because this is going to come up.
Yep.
On EL4, I think you may have misspoke unintentionally. The main ridge at the A window, the gable height, is 28.6 to grade. At the rearmost portion at the railing is where the post is, but going from the railing height, you're at 23. So that, I think you just might have misspoke.
No.
28.6. Did
Still,
you get that, Gal? Or Val?
Yeah. And coming in lower than the existing 30 at the top main ridge.
Okay.
When they're commenting that the original windows are being removed, I've already commented that they are not being removed. They will be reinstalled. The demo plan is on file, was submitted with our first round of the application, and is available in the file. I do have another copy of it here. Their comment that the chimney is obviously fake. I've brought photos. The chimney is not fake. It's existing. And it will be existing in the new addition. It will simply be enclosed inside the building. And the comment that the stone alley grade is not existing. I've also got some photos in the back of the window survey here. You can see that, and we also have Joe Marklinger's stamp survey plan that was submitted with the original application that shows the grade changes. You can see that the grade that is in these photos here represents exactly what Joe represents on his stamped top topography plan.
So it is existing as drawn. Moving forward to the public comments. The previous application is not what's before you. A new application was submitted on May 29th. That's currently under review. The sun porch that was on the Sanborn maps is not being obliterated. It's actually being rebuilt at the rear of the addition. No dimensions are given. We've got all plane rates given on the cross section, and all dimensions are given on the basement floor plan. Moving on to the berm, that was commented that it's not the existing grade. The plan is deceptive. The berm is independent of the alley. It's fully on site and does not change the grade of the alley whatsoever. The photos in the back of the window survey will show you that. And again, Joe Marklinger's stamped survey topography plan will represent that as well. Our site plan was taken directly off of Joe's CAD file, his direct measurements. The property is right on Stone Alley and not set away from the alley as shown on site. Our site plan property line shown is taken directly, as I just stated, from the topography stamp plan from Joe Marklinger. And you can see in the photos in the back of the window survey, there is a grass strip between the property line and Stone Alley. Mrs. Crosby's comment as far as a 3-story view, there are plenty of precedent photos, again, in that first packet from our first round of the application that we referred to earlier. You can see also that Mrs. Andrews' home right across Stone Alley is a full 3 stories, and among numerous others that are in that packet and in the neighborhood, in addition to historical photos of Mrs. Andrews' home, showing that its highest point at the southeast bottom corner was a full 3 stories in historical photos on record, just as we are proposing. And there's a gentleman that commented the berming is unapproved. Berming is not under HTC purview as far as I'm aware. So you'll see overall, between the precedent packet we referred to that was submitted earlier with the neighborhood and various comments that reflect back to what we're proposing in May, what we submitted in May of 2019, a tremendous amount of neighboring properties with far more fenestration and grading issues and retaining wall heights larger than ours as proposed, as mentioned by HSAB and the abutting property comments, that we are in fact proposing here in our proposal much less than can be represented in those items. That's it.
Thanks. Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
Not this time, no.
Okay. Who wants which one among? Oh, Linda wants to go. I should have guessed that.
You guessed that. I don't even know what to say.
Just keep in mind, Linda. I want you to keep in mind, brevity.
Is TJ on?
Yeah.
I'm going to address first a few things that were just represented. I think all of us here agree with a large part, whether it was quite accurate or not, of HSAB, particularly deny.
John.
I'm not going to speak while that's going on. Okay.
My God.
This project and this project, regardless of whether it was withdrawn or not, and it was submitted in May, has been going on since, because I've been at every meeting and every HSAB meeting since December of 2017. Repeated comments made by HSAB as well as the HCC, no matter who sat on it the first time or the second time, have been to run additive massing, lower massing towards the south. Not once have they done that. They have not dealt with any of the concerns that were expressed by this board as far as that is concerned and not telescope down the hill. I don't have a demo plan that I can recall, at least in this application, and the demo plan should be required. The drawing is more than inaccurate on the west side. If you look at where the posts are, the window placement, et cetera, et cetera. I understand that they've acknowledged that there's some errors, but there are more errors than that. They have cherry-picked off the north, east, west, and south, but the comments from HSAB were much more extensive this time, the previous time, and the previous year and a half. The walls that are down on Union Street were placed there decades ago because Union Street, Carnegie Bluff was cut in order to make Union Street and Washington Street. Otherwise, the bluff sort of sloped down to the harbor. And in order to have more places to build houses, they cut it and build those walls down there, and some walls at the top that are covered by ivy in order to stabilize the bluff and stabilize Union Street below so they could build the houses south of Main. Those walls have no relationship to anything that they're suggesting on this site. You also, I believe at one point, the HBC said it should slope using a natural grade. That is not what's happening if you look at the east elevation. They are cutting walls in. I'm not sure the wall that was cut in between Orange Street property by the same owners and this property in order to create the parking area was validated by this board at all. They've got a stone wall there to create the parking area. I believe Ginger has a picture from 1970, and I don't remember ever approving anything like that in here. As far as the precedents are concerned, this particular structure is contributing. I took the history of it in the other packet. I'm not sure it's in this one. It's a small, compact structure that is the only structure located from that point south towards Cumberland Farms. That is between the top of the bank and the Union Street houses, which are at the bottom of the bank. It has a very specific location historically, architecturally, which is why the building is so compact compared to all the mega mansions up on Orange Street or the smaller 3 and 4 bays below the bank that front on Union Street. To say that this extension down the side of Stone Alley is appropriate in any way, shape, or form when it is quadrupling the size of the compact house, if you take it around there and go to the east, I don't know how that's architecturally appropriate at all. So trying to relate this to the big structures with big lots up on top of the hill, most of them are set back enough, so a lot of the obvious glass is not there. Is not an equal. You cannot equivocate that. If you look at the grading plan, particularly I believe on the south, it's probably easier to see it if I remember correctly. You can see that they're not following the grade. You can see that they've actually plateaued that middle section. I believe the first section off what is behaving like the old section. They've actually created a plateau that's requiring those walls that you see on the right side of the south elevation. They plateaued the middle section and that other section and then dropped the other thing off. What I find most alarming about this with this proposal is that we couldn't find any height, length, particularly along Stone Alley. There were no dimensions. We don't look at basement plans to see dimensions. The dimensions as far as each section's height from existing grade and proposed grade as it telescopes down the hill towards the 9 Union Street should be on the elevations. I don't know what the heights are, I don't know what the lengths are, particularly that one going along Stone Alley. That is required on all plans. It is not there. And when you say that Steve measured it and said it was 28, one section was 28 feet, Steve, which one,
Yeah,
one of them was 28?
the middle one, sort of. The
20 gable height?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a 28, then you go down a little bit more, you got a 20, you know, you add them all together, and I still don't know if the whole thing is over 32 feet, top to bottom, when it gets down to the bottom of the glass thing. So I don't know what's happening there. We haven't been able to figure that out. And when they say the windows are not gonna be removed, but then they turn around and say reinstall, that means that means everything's coming out and reinstalled. So they are being removed. I just wanna point that out. And I believe when the original topography plan came in here, it was not stamped. I know it's been stamped since then, but it still does not, if you walk down Stone Alley like I did again today, if you look at the pictures, that's not the grade.
So let me just verify, you're saying Mr. Markland is lying here?
No, I did not.
Okay, just wanted to verify.
And I expect you not to interrupt me. The berm has caused a lot of problems down there. But what I want to do is see if you go to the pictures, I want to just run through those quickly, because there was some question about whether Diane couldn't know if you can see it from Union. You can see it from Union. When that tree doesn't have any leaves on it, my previous picture was taken like in the winter, perfectly visible. So I took a little bit of a more of a close-up so you could see that the glass porch the way it is now. It is on the old Sanborn maps, but it's very insignificant. It's kind of cool. The next picture is from Washington Street. You can see this structure from Washington Street. So if things start to radically change there, you'll probably see it more from Washington Street. From Orange Street, I showed you from Orange Street. I gave you a better picture of that side of the house. And then I gave you a picture as I'm walking down from Orange Street, straight downhill. And you can see how close the structure is on this picture. Right, how close it is to Stone Alley. And Stone Alley goes up right to the building, pretty much. There's a variable width. I talked to Andrew Vorse. The Stone Alley is kind of funky because there's a variable width on Stone Alley, so it does really narrow at the bottom, then it gets wider, and then it gets wider again. Because the owners of this structure are not parking in the way. But you can see how steep this thing is and how close it is. And then you go down a little bit more to this one when I'm just coming up, and you can see how much this structure looms as small as it is from as you're coming up Stone Alley. There was a meeting today with someone else to discuss with the roads and rights of way to take this. But you keep going, I don't remember ever approving that parking. I don't remember approving the stone wall. Here's an interesting picture, right, this one. You can see there's a larger structure that's on the bluff, but it's above it. This is below it, and then when you go, I think one more, you'll see this is even more or less right over this. You can see this sharp drop. This is the neighbor's house at 9 Union Street, the one at the bottom. This is the house that's at the top. Ours is like right here. I couldn't quite get a good angle on it. You can see that there's a massive change in elevation just between the big one that's up on the hill and their house on the bottom. Architecturally, totally 100% inappropriate roofs. Continue to go down the hill, and a huge flat roofed element, which I don't remember seeing any of them have that, especially over the edge of the hill since everybody's pushed back from the house. And the houses that are below it are pretty simple. They're all like 4 bays, some 3 bays. Very simple Quaker style houses. Here is what we're talking about. If you haven't been down there yet, here's the berm with the trees. One's already died. Go figure. So we're just, here's the wall that they were referring to. This is 9 Union Street wall, which matches the one that's at 11, because that was put in when they cut the bank, 100 and some odd years ago, and made the bank like that. So if you create Union Street, that made it flat at Union. A lot of them have those heavy walls in the back, but they're ancient walls. Here is Ginger's house. This has a rather unique history, which Ginger will go into. We think it was moved there back in the early 1700s when they brought Sherburne in from Capon Pond out there on the bluff. And it's like 2 houses stuck together. But it's set back. It's kind of works with the territory in there. It doesn't run that way. This is the house that the owners own on Orange Street. So it's a very sort of a Greek revival kind of big house. So that's pretty much all I have to say, but we do agree with them that this is totally inappropriate to continue to extend down right on top of the houses that are down at 9 and 11, and the whole length of what's open. Because the minute you get below where this house is going to expand all the way down Stone Alley, you get into the little narrow with the trees and the, you get a whole bunch of fence and it rains. kind of thing. But this is covering the entire open space of Stone Alley that's left before you hit the ivy and the trees that are the back of 9 Union Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Who's next? Then I'll shout at once.
Go ahead. You wanna introduce your picture? Okay, so at the last hearing, Mr. Stakel asserted that there was nothing historic about Stone Alley. So I brought some photos from the Historical Association.
Do you have multiple copies? Or
I don't have.
Okay.
I don't have
I'll just
multiple.
get them to go on the table. Thank you.
So this shows when the utility pole was right at the foot of the steps. This was the original barn. And that's a more recent photo. There's artist painting the scene. There are multiple paintings through the 19th and 20th century of Stone Alley. This is from the 1970s. You can see there was a sidewalk there. And on the other side, this was before the deck was added, the steps, that's the steps there, and the fence. And then, so this was taken in the summer of 2017. So you can see that was the asphalt, that was the asphalt covered driveway that was used for parking before the parking lot up above was put in. These were trees that were put in May. And then they were dug up and replaced a week later. And this is the dirt that was being added to sit them on top of the asphalt.
Oh.
So one of the trees has died because mostly trees really prefer to be planted in the ground and not on top of it, and certainly not on top of asphalt. So, and this will show you how the dirt has spilled out into the alley. And this is obviously the grade is at the bottom of those plants. This is after a rainstorm where that fill that was added has started to wash out, and this is where some of it ended up, and this is probably
down at the bottom.
Yeah. And you can see the street sign. You can also see where this alluvial plain comes, that it's not coming from the Crosbys who have gravel, it's coming straight down.
Okay.
I would just like to add that the Historic District Commission's comments have been consistently requesting that the massing be lower and be additive. And what the applicant has consistently proposed is larger and overwhelming. So, Sarah, anything you want to add?
I think I would agree with everything that Kendra has said, in addition to Linda and the HSAB comments. It's a little hard to follow back here because you can't see the pictures and.
Sorry about that.
It's all right, the plans didn't have dimensions, and so when you were measuring and reading out dimensions, that's hard to follow, but in general, it seems as if all the comments have been routinely ignored. The applicants keep coming back with the same basic design, coming down the hill, overwhelming yield, historic map, not doing additive massing, overwhelming the existing structure. Not being sensitive to the area, not being responsive to comments. It's just, it's extremely disappointing, and I think at some point, rather than continue this matter on, the board needs to come to a point where it takes a stand and says you're not listening to our comments, you're not being responsive, and deny the application.
would hope that we're close to that.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sarah, do you want to see these?
I would love to.
Yeah, well,
I'll make copies of them.
Stephen, have you seen them? No.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see them.
Yeah, first.
I saw Ginger's photograph.
Those are the ones going around.
Oh, then I've seen them.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
Just adding up in my head the dimensions on their basement plan, this building would go down the slope 72 feet from where it starts originally now, and I'm wondering how close is that to the property line on the bottom? You make it look like this is a huge area with all the trees drawn in here. In fact, there are only about 8 trees along there. I can't really tell what this is, but how close is your 72 feet to the property line on Union Street?
The building itself?
Yes.
We don't have a site plan.
1/8 inch, it's probably about 16 feet.
16 feet from Connie's backyard?
Yeah.
That's just huge.
You wanna make it close up?
Guys, through the chair.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I'm leaving
My
the
apologies.
meeting, and other people are gonna leave the meeting, and then you're not gonna have a quorum.
Thank
Because
you, Steve.
it just can't go on.
Okay, so anything else?
This is just so inappropriate. It doesn't have anything to do with Stone Alley, and which is a historic landmark, and it's important in Nantucket, and this is crazy.
Thank you.
Again, I'll reiterate just the lack of respect for the HGC and now adding in resident and butter. Really beyond the pale for what, we strive for, I think, neighborliness on Nantucket and appropriateness, preserving the character and tenor of the island. And so I do urge the board to take action and put an end to this. It's kind of become a bit of a farce at this point, where it appears the applicant is just trying to wear down these letters, wear down the board, and sort of force through a project that's not architecturally or historically appropriate for the island, for Stone Alley, and consistently not putting in complete applications, doing hijinks with the agenda. Just all seems to me that at some point we need to make a decision, and I urge the board to do so.
Thank you. That was everybody, right?
May I speak?
You were supposed to speak as the applicant, but briefly. Okay, and it's to the board.
Can I ask one question? Will we have a period after you guys deliberate to respond to what they brought up?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Oh, there's Stephen.
Yep, I got my list. Unless somebody else wants to go first.
I have a list too, but.
Okay, maybe I'll hit some of these things. So I'm gonna request these, and I would just like to, when I finish, make sure we're in scope aesthetic with you all, so we can just be done with it and move on. I think that we need correct windows in the we need to correct the windows in the elevations as the applicant has stated. And we need to key those to the schedule and indicate within the schedule what will be retained, what will be repaired, so on and so forth. We need to bubble the changes to massing on the elevations. And in the plan views, we need to dash changes to the structure. What I would suggest with respect to that is dash what is existing. So for instance, the foundation plan dash, the first floor plan dash on what's proposed, the first floor of the existing structure, and maybe a lighter or a slightly different dash for exterior elements like porches, covered porches or whatnot.
Can I do clarification on that?
Please.
You're suggesting that dashed in on both the plans and the elevations, correct?
Dash on the plans and bubbles on the elevations, just because we're so used to that. If you dash them on the elevations, I'm good with that too.
In addition to bubbles.
But not in addition.
Well, no, I like the bubbles to tell me what's changed not only since the initial, you can clearly see what's changed from the initial. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Steve. I'm trying to just get clarification.
This is why we're.
So there was a previous application that we do not have. It's someplace in the file that we ordinarily have right here, so we can reference and say, oh, this has changed, and then we have a bubble that shows that dormer's changed or whatever.
Well, I think where I'm at is that if, what I would like to see is what is changed on what is proposed relative to the existing. And then if there's a future submission with changes, you need to include what was originally proposed, what came in next, and then what, so that we have a common frame of reference when we're looking at these. So I think the elevations in bubble is what we've always looked for, so I would say go with that. And then the floor plans, I would say a dash.
Steve, does it include dimensions?
Let me please. So that's bubbles, that's dashes, that's windows, that's schedules. Heights on the elevations, please, a story pole. Please is like you gotta do it or I'm not gonna sit on the application. Story pole from grade with the top of finished floors and ridge heights. I don't need to know window heights and whatnot.
Steve, does that mean the closest part to Union Street as well, so we know where they are?
Linda, please, I want to get through this and then we can go from there. So that's heights on elevation, elevations. I just got a couple more. Label the chimney as retained in the elevations. However, I have a question because I'm not seeing the chimney in the first and second floor plan. So a question for you, Mr. Chairman, to the applicant is the exterior of the existing chimney going to be rebuilt or retained and not in the first and second floor? Or will it be in the first and second floor?
Tori, can you answer that for him?
It's definitely gonna be there.
No. The question is whether that's an application on the top, in which case it's going to be very difficult to keep it as is, or whether you're retaining the chimney mass, the existing chimney mass from the ground up.
I think we're retaining it, but I cannot swear, so
Okay,
I'll find out.
Okay, so if the intention is to retain the chimney, then show it please in the first and second floor plans and label it as such on the elevations that this will be retained. With respect to the dimensions of the height, I'm looking at my notes here, give your roof pitches too, please. There's one other comment on drawings, it's a general comment, and then I'll make two comments on the actual design, and then I'll pass my turn to the next. I'm not sure what's going on, but on your EL3 elevations, the west elevation existing versus the west elevation proposed, your width, correct me or direct me here, the width of the existing structure with respect to the leftmost corner board, both existing and proposed, and the outermost portion of the covered portion in the rear do not change. Those aren't going to change, right?
Wait, can you say that one more time?
So this width, on your left to right width, see how late it's in? Your left to right width
It's not changing.
is not changing.
But I see where
so
there's a mistake here on the right.
Yeah,
No. The question you're asking is from here to here?
Yeah.
It's changed.
It is.
It is.
That's right, the chimney's staying there.
It's that big there, and it's this big there.
No, but your porch, okay, so your covered porch, does this point, is this remaining? That's existing?
No.
No, that's proposed.
Let's get it.
Okay, that's new?
That's new.
The porch is gonna be new and moved?
Yeah.
Okay, because there's a difference, okay, that explains the difference in your width. There's a 4-foot difference, okay. So that's a point of information that addressed, this has been addressed. There's one other point of information. Okay, so that was it on the measurements. My comments on the design is, and then I'll pass the torch, are, first of all, I would refer you to, with respect to massing, to my prior comments. And that includes away from Stone Alley, and otherwise, and all related details. So I'm not gonna go through that all now, it's in the minutes. I'm not gonna spend my time and waste everyone's time redoing it.
Was that minutes from the last meeting?
What, yeah. And then I would ask that the next submission be sensitive to those. So I'm gonna put a please in there, but I'm gonna ask that they be sensitive to those, the massing and its location to Stone Alley and so on and so forth. And then the other thing, I would say that I think this connector piece, regardless of your sensitivity to Stone Alley, which is shown, I think that's on EL4, which is the second story connector piece between the structures, between the existing and the proposed. I think that needs to be thought out differently. It's just adding to the overall sense that this is an overwhelming structure, whether it's stepped back from Stone Alley or not. Also, that particular connector is a concern for me. So just so I'm clear. And those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Stephen. How about you, Diane? Right.
Well, I brought up the fact that there are no measurements on the drawing, which makes it difficult. I would like to find out, maybe Linda knows or somebody, when the berm was projected on Stone Alley and for what reason?
As far as we've presented, the berm is not on Stone Alley. It's specifically 100% on the property.
I think she meant adjacent to Stone.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
it's not.
I'm sorry. So what's the question then?
Why? Why was the berm proposed for that area?
Why was the berm proposed?
Yeah.
Because it's not proposed, the client wanted to put the bushes down Stone Alley.
Even though it's not something typical on that particular strip of walkway. Walls, as I remember the last time I was able to walk down there, which was some time ago, there were walls, so going from Orange down to Union, there were walls on the left-hand side, but there were none on the right-hand side that you could see, not big, obvious walls. Is there some reason that walls have to be created, that the land can't continue to slope on the way it has always done? The land wasn't sinking, wasn't going down Stone Alley, it was holding. The big walls, so-called on Union Street, were created, as Linda said, because of the bluff there, when they put it in, that area was all fish nets. I lived there, that's what it was. My house was a fish house. And when it had to stop coming down and busting out, they built the wall. It was protection for the bluff and Union Street. It wasn't to create a new atmosphere. We have asked, as was brought up again, that the additive massing and the rest of the stuff, new parts of the house, be stretched to the south, not to the east. But they have continually come back to the east. I think you have to take into consideration, I leave more technical work at this time to remarks to Val, but you have got a totally unique piece of land coming from Orange Street down to Union. There aren't any other Stone Alleys around, and not everybody has it. And this has been systematically destroyed by putting modern stuff. They didn't have berms back then. They smoothed out the land, planted some natural stuff, and left it. The berm that I see in your book of being dug up is a major thing. And some landscaping is followed by the HTC because it changes the front of the building. And this has taken no consideration of what it was, what the alley was, and now it won't be any longer, and have ignored the suggestions and recommendations from the HCC. As far as picking the house apart, I'm not going to do that tonight because I'll wait. But that's my basic feeling of what has happened with this material. And it's so unfortunate to lose the place like Stone Alley. So that's all I'd say tonight.
Thank you, Diane. How about you, Val?
Okay.
I can go to TJ if you're not ready.
See-Ray.
No, I think I'm ready.
Okay.
I will start off on a positive note, and I will say from the very beginning, because I have our huge file here, I appreciate the move toward what seems to be smaller massing so as to not obliterate the structure. I think you can work with that a little more, and really the key really is to push what you're doing south. Maybe not all the way south, but away from the street, because what that will do is when you're walking down Stone Alley or looking down Stone Alley, you won't see the addition per se. You'll see the original structure as its identity sits on the lot, and I think that will go a long way with the commission. I think what would help perhaps to give it more of an additive mass feel is to drop the addition, floor heights down and follow the natural grade. I don't think that's gonna hurt you in a huge way with this plan. At least I don't feel like it will. So I'll go elevation by elevation with what I think should be addressed. On the east, which is EL1, the dormer is too complicated with the 2 depths. It should just be simple like the old one. And spread the fenestration out so that there's not this big bolus of it in the middle and then shingles to the side. I think the little C window is sort of an anomaly. I'm indifferent about that, maybe. The posts that are holding up this sunroom seem too spindly and too tall, but that could be eradicated by the structure sort of falling back as the lot progresses back.
Are you talking about, if I can clarify, the posts at the basement level?
Here.
So you have a sunroom over an area with posts that looks like it's going to be.
And that will all be lattice.
Okay.
Enclosed.
If it's all lattice,
We'll
then
draw
it
that,
may
yeah.
not be as they seem skinny and tall.
Yeah.
That's all
Yep.
I'm saying.
Yep.
On the EL2, which is the south, I think the 6-light window is grossly oversized, which is not what's there now.
It's the one on the left-hand most side.
On the existing building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to speak to that, but go on.
Okay. I again would say I think that the additive mass could drop down and follow the grade as opposed to all the retaining and the railing. The sunroom seems a little bit deep, the deck on top in this view, and its counterpart on the north. Here again shows the dormers being 2 different depths. I think that just complicates it. Keep it simple.
Are you on north now?
South.
South.
Still south?
South. Yeah. Going to EL3, which is the west. Again, in the existing structure, the 6-light window is not the same size. So that may just be
That's just
a drawing thing. What I am curious about, and again, it may be a drawing thing, is the overhangs on this gable form have changed. They're grossly huge. And I'm not sure, did the pitch change or did the windows shift position because they look different from what's actually on the existing, if the existing is correct?
Val, the pitch has definitely changed.
Okay, so.
And that was one of the things I wanted to talk about is the accuracy on these drawings.
Okay. So there was that. Oh, and overall, I think, again, it's just a drawing thing. The trim is very, very small. And if you look in your pictures and photos of the building, that should be corrected because I think that's not helping you as well. And then to finish on the north, the accuracy, I guess, to Ray's point of some of the windows is, the scale is different. And Stephen touched on it, the connector piece, I think at the very least, it should have some windows so that it reads as something. It's just a big blank wall with a roof on it.
Windows on the second floor, obviously.
Yeah, yep. Again, I think the addition, it would help to drop it down. It would make the main existing structure seem more, you know, main. And it could help mitigate some of this exposure in terms of foundation and read a little bit more like additive massing. So I think that's what I have for now.
Thank you. TJ.
Okay, so as noted, I think by a couple of us, there are a lot of fundamental issues that we brought up last meeting that have not been addressed. And I find it, you know, a little bit frustrating because we identified them as fundamental issues that would, you know, hold up an approval, and they're going to do so tonight. This is an addition that looms over a precipice as the grade falls to the east. In no way have I ever seen such a thing in the historic district or even on Nantucket for a finished floor to sit so high above the grade. It also looms over Stone Alley in an inconsiderate way which is detrimental to the historic character of Stone Alley and to the neighborhood. The massing overwhelms the original structure and takes away the identity, the historic identity of the original structure in an inappropriate way. I can't get behind any more comments on the architecture here until some fundamental things are addressed. As Val and some other my co-commissioners have mentioned, the more natural, simple, appropriate, and elegant approach to an addition to this structure would be pulling it to the south and off of Stone Alley. And the reason why is because it's not going to loom over Stone Alley and create a wall and change the character of it, but it's also going to follow the natural grade in a more appropriate way where your finished floor is closer to the grade. In no way have I ever seen any of the historic homes in Nantucket Town sit so far above grade. So looking at Marklinger's grade plan, the southern portion of the lot has a softer fall off to the east, and it's more level surface, and that's going to give you a better building pad there to work with. And I see under no circumstances can I approve the massing jammed to the north of the property. And that's really all I have to say, and I could get behind a denial if somebody made the motion. But I don't know if we're going to go there, but that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for all of that. I concur with pretty much everything that's been said, basically everything that's been said at this table so far. But I want to introduce something that's been touched on by a lot of you in different ways. I'm just going to take the simplest of all the elevations, which is the west elevation, which has the least amount of work being done to it, rather than, complicate the issue by taking in the addition and all that. So what I have in front of me on sheet EL3 is an existing west elevation and a proposed west elevation. Well, I took a look at that and I said, well, they're absolutely way different. Window sizes are different, separations are different, the roof pitch is different, as Val noted. So that was inconsistent, but that was based on the assumption that the existing condition drawing was accurate. And then I looked at this and I said, wow, okay, so the distance from that roof eave right there to that roof eave is about 18 inches. Here, it's 3 feet. I go through and I see, like, the distance, the shingle space between the corner board there and the casing on the window is about 1 foot. Here, it's 6 inches. That's on the existing conditions. So we're starting with existing conditions that I don't trust anymore. And then we're building off of that with things like that are not consistent with the inconsistent existing conditions drawings. So that has to be dealt with. The drawings need to be consistent. And then this is reiterating essentially what Stephen said, but applications, all of the windows, all of them have to have a designation on them. And it has to say what size it is, etc., whether it's new, whether it's being refurbished, whether it's existing and staying exactly where it is, that kind of information, and then the heights of the building, things like that, all the stuff that we are normally requiring on an application that's absent from these, because it's very, the papers I noticed were shuffling back and forth for the last 45 minutes because I think everybody's trying to figure this whole thing out, and it makes it really difficult when things are inconsistent. Here we are in the south elevation, we've got this little so-called existing 6-light window, and then we've got one like twice its size that's supposed to be also the existing window. So that's like bringing you to the starting line. And then from there, I won't, like many of the other members of the board, I won't get into detail, only to say that I think the overarching issue here was the trailing of the house down the hill as opposed to moving it laterally with grade, having the house be at grade, which is the natural organic solution to this problem. That's it.
I'd like to make a motion.
I did say that I would give you.
I just would like to answer a couple questions that came up and just comment on a couple things.
Very, very briefly. Thank you.
So as far as Virginia's comments about her home and the comment from the public at the HSAB meeting that it's additive up the hill and progressively smaller, it's actually also using the full length of the lot east to west, as you guys are suggesting we do not do. And it progressively gets larger as one goes west to east down the hill towards Union Street. So, I think if you were to look at her home, I would suggest that it's using up the equivalent of our proposed, I believe Mrs. Crosby said 70 some odd feet left to right. And I would propose that Virginia's house is using close to the exact same distance of the lot on Stone Alley directly, completely in the same direction that we're proposing. The windows will absolutely fix. I agree with all of you. I did want to note that someone, I forget who, had said something about the elevation changes existing and proposed. Those are noted on all the elevations, both at the landscape walls, at the home, at the plate heights for each floor. If you look closely, so those are all there.
I think we were talking about overall height.
Yeah, no, I understand. I think someone had specifically mentioned the elevation changes. I think Diane had mentioned, why aren't we going with existing grade? I want to remind everybody that we are building and not changing the existing grade. We are building with the existing grade.
Is that what you meant?
No.
I don't want to.
Okay. I thought she'd said, why aren't you going with the existing grade?
I think she was saying the same thing that I was saying, which is rather than fight a grade that's doing like this, if you're building across this way, which is laterally on the site, you're with a consistent grade rather than building into a slope.
Right.
Yeah.
I think.
and I did want to refer to the last picture in this window survey that shows shooting right down Stone Alley, the existing home, and you can see the trees planted on our site. And I would propose that our addition will be to the right of those trees, and even less likely to change what we're looking at right now on Stone Alley.
Wait, let's get clarification.
As far as looking down.
What do you mean by that?
So this is Stone Alley.
Yes.
This is the width of Stone Alley.
Yes.
These are our trees. The addition will be inside of those trees.
No,
And this
no.
is taken.
Stop right there.
Can't be over
No.
the top of the tree.
Your whole building is right exactly on the property line. So either those trees are on Stone Alley, or the building has to get shifted back 3 or 4 feet to have the trees there.
Got
You
it.
can't have both.
I think what she's saying is this is where it's at. That's where the trees are.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to refer to that area right there.
So the Stone Alley.
As you're looking
area-
down Stone
the
Alley,
Stone
from where
Alley
this
area
photograph
here
was
is not-
taken.
Is not touched.
All right.
Sorry.
But, so, just to be clear on that.
Yeah.
The house, what you're proposing is not going behind those trees. You know, if they're on the property line, then the house is basically in line. with-
Yeah, the overall comment or, suggestion is that this view will not change what we're looking at right here with this
Stone Alley
addition
won't change.
as proposed.
But do you see what he's saying?
Yes,
If you
absolutely.
Look at your site
Absolutely,
plan.
yeah. I was just referring to this particular view of Stone Alley that I've included in the window survey packet.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
that's almost everything.
Steve, did you say something about a ridge pole or?
No.
Story
I want to
poles.
clarify that. He said
Yeah.
story pole. What he meant by that is, on an application, you'll have the thing that says grade, existing grade, ridge here, and you'll have first floor, second floor, and it'll all add up, and it'll all be 28 feet high. So you have your floor to floor, you have your
From
distance
grade,
from
yeah.
grade.
And
And
you
it's
want
not a
to be-
literal story pole, it's a story
No,
pole
I understand, on the paper.
drawings.
We do have 50% of those dimensions. We will make sure to include all of them.
Okay.
I'm gonna deal with that in my motion.
But Steve, before you do that, can we ask, that's what's concerning us, is we don't know how close that 16 feet really is from the back of Connie's property line. Can we get a pole at the bottom of where that thing is proposed to be, so we know exactly
Okay.
what we're talking about?
Take it under
Because we
consideration.
can't figure it out.
Stephen wants to craft a motion here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at I'm not sure, I'm looking at the confine, I'll address that. I'm looking at the lot. So if the neighbor's lot, the neighbor's lot is where it is relative to the house. So I don't know why, I'm not sure I understand why we would be asking for some other information other than what's on the lot.
Can I
Am
just
I missing something?
No, I'm gonna
just a pole
elaborate.
at the very bottom.
Wait, hang on. This has a very simple solution. All of these documents that we're looking at right now are public record. That drawing is to scale. And my approximation is that it shows, it's 1/8 scale, and it shows about 2 inches off of that property line.
From the foundation.
16 feet.
Measured down.
You know, it's 16 feet. You just measure up 16 feet. That's where
Well,
we're going.
it's that 8-foot wall, so it's hard for us to see exactly where that end of that porch is as it comes down the hill. It'd be great if we could just stick a post right there, we'd know exactly where it is.
Okay.
Just a stake,
Okay.
even a stake.
Stephen, continue, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
first of all, I think we're premature for asking for staking because we're not gonna be looking, I think it's premature to be looking at staking.
Right,
It's
that's
something
true.
that- So at this point, I'll ask for, just comport ourselves, a motion, and there'll be 3 elements.
Can I, say something before you
Please.
make a motion,
Please.
because so I don't want to interrupt. I've gone over these plans a couple of times. And there's no architect signature or stamp on it. I thought you had to have an architect.
What? Gwen Thorson wasn't an architect.
Hey, I do my drawings and I'm not an architect.
Okay, I thought that
You
you,
don't,
if it
you
got to
don't-
be a certain
no.
amount of money, you had to have
No,
that.
no.
Designers usually put their names on.
You don't have to have. a
Then who
name.
drew them?
Okay, so I'm gonna ask that we go to a
Not
motion.
required to know that.
Because it's,
Okay.
I understand what Diane's asking. I think Diane, it's actually based on the number of cubic feet, and I don't think this hits the cubic feet that you need an architect. But there is an architect listed on the cover sheet, so I want to point that out. There's also a surveyor listed on the cover sheet and a landscape designer.
Okay.
So The motion consists of three elements. One is drawings revised to accurately reflect the existing and the proposed, number one. Number two is drawings revised to include information as was requested by me earlier in the meeting on behalf of my colleagues and myself and the public on behalf of the process, so that we have a baseline and we can move forward from that. And the third element is revisions consistent with the requests of the commission today. And I feel
Including
that,
previous.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah, up to date, to date. And I believe that with those three elements, we can move forward with the application. This is part of the motion.
Yeah.
If we don't have those three elements addressed in the next submission, I do not believe we can move forward with a continued review.
I think that's fair.
And I want to be fair to you guys and being clear, because we need to have the information. Yep. This isn't part of my motion, so I'll just stop talking.
Right. Okay, so that is, there's your motion.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
No.
Okay.
No.
So, we're,
Just a clarification.
yeah, we're on
Okay.
motion, so.
Okay. Yes. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thanks for staying, guys.
Thanks very much.
Go.
Just, when you said response to the third point, does that mean that if the next drawings don't go east-west, that it's not responsive to your motion?
My comments were that the design would be more sensitive to Stone Alley and the concerns of massing not being on Stone Alley. I think that's the consensus of the board. If we're not getting revisions that reflect that, I think then we make a decision on whether to continue hearing the application.
That was my
I'm simply saying, that's a different matter. That's approval denial. I'm simply saying if there isn't some type of a reception to those, then what are we reviewing? Then it forces our hand.
You see, the finding usually is denied due to lack of response to the concerns expressed.
I'm not.
All right,
I have no interest in denying something that doesn't need to be denied.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
But thank you.
Thank you. I don't have to copy them again. They have them in the file.
Okay.
They already have them.
Thanks for delaying it earlier.
Oh.
I was at the music center.
Here we are.
Online.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Request that it's earlier in the meeting next time, because this is crazy.
I hope that was okay.
It's perfect. It's perfectly worded. Okay. Thanks, everybody, for sticking it out. Somebody said, the meeting should be over by 7:30.
Never say that. Never say that.
Because I've learned from experience. Like, I told somebody today, I said, if there were 3 items on the agenda, we wouldn't be
I
over
have
at
a
7:30.
question.
Sorry, that's just the way it is.
Did we motion to adjourn?
I did not. I did.
Motion to adjourn, okay, TJ.
One of us did.
Okay, all those in favor of TJ's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
I